Alright, guys, what's up? Welcome to another live stream of American Truck Simulator. Alright, so I got some things I want to say, as always, before I resume. As you can see, I already got the game open. This is the final live stream of me exploring the state of Louisiana. Alright. I mainly explored South Louisiana, but I haven't explored North Louisiana, and I will do that in this live stream. Alright. Yeah, my voice is still not 100%, back to normal, but I think it's slowly but surely getting better. Yeah. Before that, it was my throat. My throat was feeling like it's, clogged, but it doesn't feel like that anymore, so that's a good thing. But my voice still doesn't sound normal. So, I'm not going to be talking much, which is why I don't have face cam. And the reason why I don't have face cam is because I'm going to play the radio. Not the soundtracks, because I've done that enough. I'm going to play something else. Something that I found pretty interesting. Okay. I'll tell you what it is in just a second. Let me open up the chat, because usually I would get at least one person that tunes in right away. I got my tablet. So yeah, I'm gonna explore more of South Louisiana, mainly North Louisiana. I would like to go to Shreveport, because remember I told you a story that I've actually driven there in real life almost a whole year ago. So, yeah. I want to see what that looks like. Hey, 5-Tear and T-Bone. The same people from last time. Yep. I'll tell you what the radio is. Okay, so I assume in about a week or so they'll bring back the Christmas event. That's my prediction. I think they'll bring it back next week. It's usually like the second half of December. And I guess whenever they bring that back, I'll do that event along with the Louisiana cruising event. So I can do both events together, just like I did with the state of Texas 3 years ago in 2022. Alright. So yeah, more streams of this game coming up throughout later this month, alright? Because this is the big thing happening for me, alright? Let's see, anything else I want to say before I resume? No, I don't think so. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I always enjoy the Christmas Reflections event. Excuse me. T-Bone asks, so I'm playing the radio for you? I guess so. And really really for me as well. I found an interesting podcast. I'll tell you what it is once I start playing it. Okay, so yeah, once again, I'm not doing any deliveries. This is just for fun. So, last time I was in... Okay, I ended in Lake Charles at the viewpoint. Alright, so... Let's see. I explored Louisiana, 12.78%. So I mainly want to explore these cities. But maybe I'll, what I'm thinking to do is maybe get on these Louisiana highways. These are basically two-lane highways. That sounds like I said two-lane, like the university. Oh, here's a bigger one. U.S. Highway 90. There's also some ports right there. Oh yeah, I always like to check out the viewpoints, so I might try to do that as well. Yeah, there's a couple of more. I think I can do that. And yeah, if you for those of you that forgot, the roads that are highlighted are the roads I've already been on. Okay. And yeah. So this ought to be interesting. You're sure I'll get a copyright claim, but it would be cool if I didn't get one. Yeah. I wonder when was the last American Truck Simulator stream where I didn't get any copyright claims whatsoever. I'll have to look. Alright, how many cities are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Never heard of this town. Believe it or not, I've never heard of this town in Louisiana. So, I guess I'll definitely explore some of that. Did I get any on the last stream? I did, but it was only 2. It wasn't a lot, but it was, I believe it was 2 claims. Okay, so let me set a destination. Guess I'll get on this highway, 210, and then this is Lake Charles. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. There's a rest stop way down there. I might go to the service and change my paint job on my truck again. We also got... There's a viewpoint right there. Okay, let me change my paint job first before I play the radio. So where's this? Is this... Where's the nearest one? Is it this one? Let's see how long it takes. That's 21 minutes. What about the one down here? That's 51. Okay, that's longer. So I guess I'll go here first. All right. Okay, so let's do that first. So, yeah, you like my truck? This is the same truck, the Kenworth. Huh, a yellow truck. We've seen quite a bit of yellow trucks. Still got my leftover pizza. It's probably no good. Oh, but that's a microwave. I can just heat it up, right? Although some people, they just eat cold pizza out of the refrigerator. I don't do that. I always warm it up. One time, my brother, many years ago, I caught him taking some fried chicken out of the KFC bucket in the refrigerator, and he just ate it cold. And I'm like, what the heck? Okay. Yeah, I usually don't eat cold food or cold leftover food. Anyways, okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot my Louisiana paint job trailer. My football paint job truck. And my state flags. The pelican flags. You see Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi. Yeah, that's a new thing that I got. I like it. It's really cool. Perfect for the 40th anniversary. You know what I'm thinking to do in a future stream when they bring back the Christmas Reflections event? I should play some oh, here we go. I should play some Super Mario snowy music. That would be cool. That would fit in the Christmas holidays. Man, look at this bridge. This bridge is well known. It's very high too. Look how high this bridge is. And steep too. And I can also play more wait a minute, hold on a second. Can y'all hear the game? No, y'all can't even hear the game. I just realized I don't think I unmuted my desktop. Okay. Audio. Guess this is good. You let me know if that's too loud. If the game audio is too loud. Good thing I checked. Good thing I checked the desktop audio. It just popped into my mind. Alright. I mean, I guess that's better than having my microphone muted, because that means I did all this talking for nothing. Alright. Okay, we're about to be there. That was fast. But, I forgot what was I saying. Oh yeah, I should also play some more NORAD track Santa music, because this year it's the 70th anniversary. And unfortunately, some of the NORAD songs are copyrighted. Oh well. It is what it is. I mean, nowadays it's hard to avoid copyright, especially while you're live streaming. Because, you know, you can't, you know, if it's a pre-recorded video, you can edit that out. You can replace it with your own non-copyright music, but you can't do that while you're live streaming. You can't edit a live video while you're live, you know. Alright. Do I need to repair my truck or trailer? No. Well, I guess I did damage some of the trailer. I know I can, like, permanently repair it. Look how much that costs. I'm not going to waste that amount of money. Oh, wow, I'm at exactly 49,500 miles. Remember, this was not a used truck. This was a brand new truck that I bought, which was 3 years ago. Yeah. Alright. Truck configurator. How am I able to play the radio on the stream? Well, I mainly use SiriusXM. It's an app, but you can also get it on your computer. That's where I get that Road Dog trucking radio station from. I mainly listen to sports podcasts. You know, that's how I get my news, basically. And it has music, but you know, a lot of the music is copyrighted. But I'm gonna, right after I'm done changing my paint job, or a little bit after, I will tell you what radio podcast I'll be playing. It's Louisiana related, so it would be great if I play that. Look at this. John Cena. He's having his last match this Saturday night. That'd be weird if I used this one. Oh, look, part of it is purple, T-Bone, your favorite color. C-Nation. Never give up. What does that say? ProgoLouise.com? I've never heard of that before. Oh, that's kind of cool. Look at the background. It's other... There's a bunch of him. Yeah. Tap out. Yeah, what if he taps out in this final match? That'd be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. I don't think he's ever tapped out in the match. Or pass out. That's the old logo. I like the old logo more. Just like the old NFL logo. Yeah. Let's see. I can change the purple. Okay, it changes this part of the truck. Okay. You like that rainbow emoji? That'd be funny if I can make a rainbow truck. Have every single color on that truck. Oh, it's only $1. Well, that's good. Some of them have to spend a ton of money. A crazy amount of money. Alright, the paint job I'm going to be using is this one. Look at this, it's King Kong. Have y'all ever seen the King Kong movies? It's really good. Yeah, somehow I found this mod, this paint job. So the reason why I'm picking this one tonight is because the movie, the remake, came out in 2005, December. So this is the 20th anniversary. Yeah, the movie came out 20 years. The remake came out 20 years ago. And if you saw the Halloween Party movie, then you probably saw the poster on the freezer in the background. Yeah, that's that movie. I like that logo. It's really cool looking. Yeah, it's actually a Universal Studios film. And if you've ever been to Universal Studios in Orlando, there's actually a ride based on the King Kong Skull Island. It's kind of cool. Oh, look at that. Oh, that looks sick. He's got the crown. I can change... What color can I change? Oh, I can change this part. Okay, that looks more crazy. Black and red. I think that looks better. Oh, look, it's the same website. What the heck? I guess this is where whoever made this paint job got this from. I don't know. Hey, Landon. It's been quite some time since I seen you tuned in. How you doing? Are you no longer injured? I remember you told me that you got injured at a Walmart parking lot. Is that, if I'm not mistaken? I think you told me that not too long ago. Can't wait to try out Louisiana State soon. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you'll like it. You're healed now, that's good. Alright. Wow, we got 3 likes already, 4 people watching. That's awesome. Well, Landon, I assume you saw the Zootopia 2 movie? Because I know you're a big fan of that, right? I haven't seen the first one. But it looks pretty good. It'd be fun if I make this pink. That looks really weird. We're gonna do it like that. Because that looks perfect. Alright. There we go. It's only $1. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so now I'm going to explore more of Louisiana. And then I'll before I resume traveling, I'll play a podcast that I found on Sirius XM radio. I guess I'll go here, check out this viewpoint. You know, I don't think I've ever been way down here in South Louisiana. I don't remember being way down here in South Louisiana. But yeah, I've been to Lake Charles, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Alexandria. I think I've been to Natchitoches. And I've been to Shreveport and Monroe. But this city, never heard of this city. Yeah. But these towns down here, I mean, look how, this is way down there. Never been way down there before, so. Alright. No, let's not get on Interstate 10. Let's go down the Louisiana highways and just explore. Alright? T-Bone says that you commented on my Krabby Patty video I uploaded last night, but I guess I didn't see it. Oh. I thought I saw it. I guess I didn't reply. or heart or like the comment. I must have saw it right before I went to sleep, I guess. Okay, so now the podcast. This is what I'm going to be playing here. So it was recorded last night after the premiere. No, it was actually recorded last year. Yeah, about a year ago. That's why I waited until next year's Christmas holidays to release that video. I actually have another candy video that I haven't released yet, so I'll release that one as well pretty soon. Yeah. Okay. So I found a Louisiana podcast from a couple of years ago. So it makes sense why I will be playing these episodes, because I'm traveling in Louisiana while listening to Louisiana stories. Okay, yeah, I have SiriusXM, like I said, and I just searched up Louisiana to see if there's anything interesting to listen to about Louisiana, and I found this podcast from a couple of years ago. All right, so let's see how this goes. So I'm going to mute my mic. That's why I have no face cam on, and I have the chat opened on my tablet, so I'll try my best to type in my response, but it won't be easy, obviously. I think you guys know how this works, for those of you that have tuned in to a stream like this before, where I mute my mic and play either music or podcasts while trucking. Wow, we got 7 people watching. That's awesome. Amazing. Plus, I don't want to talk much because of my voice, so but I'm doing okay. Am I planning on keeping that Roblox profile picture on Instagram, or am I going to change it eventually? I might change it eventually. Lately, I haven't been thinking about that. Okay, here we go. I have my tablet, and good thing about this tablet is it's connected to a little keyboard, so that way it's easier for me to type in my response instead of on my phone. Okay. Plus my phone is charging. So I might unmute my mic from time to time just to say some things, but other than that, it's mostly going to be me listening to Louisiana news that I find interesting, I guess. It's been a while since the last radio stream. Yeah, I guess it has been. Alright. Here we go. Hopefully, this goes well.
This is the Only in Louisiana podcast with Michelle Southern.
Yay, welcome to my first ever podcast. I am so excited to finally get into the podcast world. I listen to them all the time, but I'm kind of surprised I didn't jump at this opportunity sooner, because I like to talk, and on a podcast you can talk a lot. And for my podcast, it's called Only in Louisiana, and I'm highlighting some of my favorite news stories that I covered as a radio news reporter with the Louisiana Radio Network. And that spanned a time from about 2010 to 2018. And the first story that I am going to feature today on the Only Louisiana podcast is called chicken boxing. And this was my absolute favorite story that I covered, and the news feature itself won a couple of national awards, and you'll see why. So first, to understand chicken boxing, we've got to go back to the history of cockfighting itself. This is actually a practice that dates back over 6,000 years ago. Now, chickens were specifically bred to take part in combat for sport. And even though sometimes these fights might not be to the death, there is still an incredible amount of trauma that is dealt in this quote-unquote sport, according to activists, and it is outright forbidden in the United States today. But in states like Louisiana, some might call it an age-old tradition. We're actually going to get to someone who says exactly that later on in the podcast. And really, even some might say that the practice holds a type of religious relevance. So Sportsman's Paradise was the last state in the nation to finally prohibit cockfighting, and our Louisiana legislature here only approved the ban in 2007, and it became law the next year. So fast forward to the Louisiana legislative session in 2014, which I covered. It might have seemed like just another day in the Senate Judiciary Committee, but there was a little surprise that one might say would happen only in Louisiana. State Senator Elbert Guillory of the rural town in St. Landry Parish, Opelousas, expressed concern that a measure up for debate that day would shut down what he called the legitimate sport of chicken boxing. This legislation in question was authored by New Orleans Senator J.P. Morrell, who argued that the measure would tighten up the state's cockfighting laws. At the time, Morrell even told reporters that he considered it a non-controversial effort. However, Senator Guillory appeared to surprise Morrell in committee when bringing up his issues with the bill.
I represent a rural area where people raise a lot of chickens, including chickens that are 15th, 20th generation fighting birds that are exported legitimately and legally to other nations. I'm concerned that this law would criminalize that legal operation. Paraphernalia.
Just for a bit of clarification, that is not legal. It is not legal to raise chickens for fighting and to export them to other
not
countries.
for fighting. They just raised.
So they're raising chickens who are 15th generation fighting chickens, and they're exporting them to export them.
So then Morrell told Guillory that his intention with Senate Bill 523 was to make it a felony to possess any type of paraphernalia related to the practice of cockfighting. But that's what Guillory took issue with.
Leather spur covers and plastic spur covers that are used in the legitimate sport of chicken boxing might be considered paraphernalia.
Wait. Chicken boxing.
Yes, chicken boxing.
And apparently, the idea that a sport of this kind existed was news to Morrell.
I can't even speak on chicken boxing. Honestly, I have I have never heard of that. It sounds like something to circumvent cockfighting, if that's the purpose of it.
Let me explain to you, Senator. Just as that dueling is a blood sport, two men fighting each other with swords is a blood sport. It is illegal. Similarly, boxing, two men with boxing gloves on can box each other as a sport. That is legal.
It was Morrell's assertion that two humans could actually decide for themselves whether or not to enter a ring, which wouldn't be the case for two chickens. Nevertheless, Guillory stood by his stance that chicken boxing is in fact a legitimate sport and it has nothing to do with cockfighting.
And it is clear that this bill would criminalize that legal enterprise. I would like to know if you are amenable to discussing this. It is clear to me that you are not aware of it, and I will be happy to show you the kinds of protections that exist in that sport, just as there are protections in the legitimate sport of men boxing. Similar protections.
I am happy to discuss and be educated on chicken boxing. However, I would caution that if you look at the intent of the law we put forth regarding cockfighting, I would think chicken boxing probably falls within it already under the existing law, with the exception unless people are using a different species of bird, which is not covered currently in the bill. But I'm happy to be educated on, I'm happy to talk about it, but I do think that what you're describing is already prohibited by law.
Well, during a vote in committee that day, Morell's legislation to broaden the state's cockfighting laws in fact passed 4-2. Baton Rouge Senator Robert Adley was another lawmaker who questioned the legitimacy of chicken boxing.
I would be very interested to find out how some chicken stands on two legs while it boxes. I understand how humans do it, but I'm trying to figure out how it happens with a chicken.
And others who oppose the matter claim Guillory's stance was actually created to lessen penalties for cockfighters, and that's a practice that animal rights groups believe is still very much alive to this day. This matter is in true only Louisiana fashion, not lost on national news headline scales. It was picked up by Stephen Colbert on his very popular Comedy Central program.
Chicken boxing has strict rules, like each combatant shall wear standard foul safety boxing gear. Yes, just your standard foul safety boxing gear. Just check the poultry counter at the Sports Authority.
Okay, I messed up. I want to travel down here, so that's why I unmuted my mic to say that. Yeah, let's just keep going down here. I need to get on this highway right here. Luckily, I can turn around. Okay. Good thing I realized, wait, this is not the way I want to go. Alright, let's resume.
Personally, I do hope that includes a mouth guard, because I have seen too many chickens without any teeth. Sadly, folks, the Louisiana Senate has rejected this reasonable chicken boxing amendment. But I want to salute Guillory for trying to keep big government out of our chicken sporting events. Because where does it end? First it's cockfighting, now chicken boxing. Am I going to have to close my chicken dojo? What's next? No more poultry jousting? You tell me, Louisiana Senate, what manner of chicken combat shall your law allow? Just tell us the way we can have chickens attack each other for our amusement, and we will do it.
When the measure finally hit the Senate floor, Guillory showed up with a pair of what he called chicken boxing gloves, and he continued to argue that his sport was nothing like cockfighting, as it did not involve blood, knives, or cruelty. Now, I'm a very big believer in getting both sides to any story, no matter what it is. And so here in 2021, I caught up with both J.P. Morell and Elder Guillory. They are no longer in the legislature, and kind of asked them what it was that they remembered about this bill and the ensuing what can only be described, in my opinion, as hilarity. We'll start with J.P. You know, Louisiana was the last state to ban cockfighting. And so, you know, when you came up with this in 2014, what spurred it on? I'm assuming animal rights groups?
Well, actually, the bill was brought on behalf of the Humane Society of Louisiana, which is a subsidiary of the Humane Society of America. Basically, Louisiana had banned cockfighting, and what happened was every time we banned it, there was like loopholes to let it keep going. And that bill that I brought closed the final loophole to say, no, if you engage in chicken boxing, it is a felony. If you're a spectator for chicken boxing, it's a felony. Because what had been happening is that when you have these chicken boxing matches and the authorities would run in, the people who own the chickens would just kind of fade into the crowd. And viewing an actual cockfighting was like a really small misdemeanor. So basically the previous bans we'd done, they were unenforceable because you couldn't prove who owned the chicken, as bizarre as that sounds. So by elevating the entire sport to a felony, including viewership, it really killed chicken. It really killed cockfighting at that point. That was the bill that finally murdered it off as a thing in Louisiana.
Well, in the first committee, when you first presented this, when Senator Albert Guillory said that he was concerned that this would hurt the legitimate sport, he said, of chicken boxing, your reaction was priceless. What was going through your mind when he said that?
It was like he had sprouted a second head. When I was looking at him, my brain stopped processing for a second, because obviously I had been dealing with the Humane Society for years. I've been dealing with cockfighting. I had heard every argument that one could hear to support cockfighting, that it's a cultural thing, that chickens, we eat them anyway. There's that infamous video, I don't know if you've ever seen, where then Representative Troy Hebert, in defense of cockfighting, he said he pulled out a frozen chicken and threw it on the floor of the legislature, saying at least we give those cockfighting chickens a fighting chance. Like, it's been,
God.
Cockfighting has always been kind of ensorcelled or surrounded by like this idea of these theatrics. But when then Senator Guillory said, have you ever, I'm concerned how this might affect the legitimate sport of chicken boxing. First, I had to unpack chicken boxing, like, what in the hell are we talking about? But then he added that adjective, the legitimate sport. Like, it has been proven legitimate through a process. Like, there's an illegitimate version of chicken boxing out there, where maybe the chickens are not properly weighed, or maybe they're on performance-enhancing drugs. Like, it was so much at once that my brain froze.
Yeah.
And I was kind of stupefied, and I think my response was, I can't really speak to that, because I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
And then, so he went on to explain it to you. As a news reporter at the time covering radio news, it was pure entertainment, where, some other matters in the legislature tend to get tedious and boring. This was just hilarious, for lack of a better way of putting it.
It's like everyone in the room, I think even the cockfighting supporters were kind of like, what are you talking about? And then he proceeded to kind of like explain it. Yeah. And I remember explaining it. He used to explain it, and the chickens, we put on these little gloves. And at the time, he did not have a copy of the gloves. That was later. He brought the gloves out. I think that was before. But he was explaining it, and he kept talking about it. And then it paused and looked at me. I said, that sounds an awful lot like cockfighting.
Yeah.
What he was describing was the exact same thing, but with, these weird kind of condom gloves on top of chicken's claws. So it was it was a surreal experience. I mean,
it really is just, it gives you that only in Louisiana vibe.
Only in Louisiana.
And then I caught up with Albert Guillory, and he was more than happy to talk to me about the chicken boxing matter. He was actually very eager to, and here's what he had to say. My first question is, with everything that went on with the chicken boxing as it became known as bill, what was your initial reaction in the Senate committee room that day when Senator Morrell introduced this bill?
Outrage. Absolute outrage. I've felt that over the last 4,000 years of recorded history, people have been letting chickens fight. You can't make these chickens fight. They fight because they want to fight each other. And in my senatorial district, we had a $20 million a year industry that sent children to college. It paid for books and tuition, automobiles, barbershops, hotels, all kinds of small businesses were dependent upon that, the fighting of chickens. And so, and these chickens live a much longer and more natural life than the chickens that we buy in the grocery store. So I thought it was a silly interference of government into something that did not need to be interfered with.
Well, the state legislature at the time disagreed with you. The bill did end up passing. And as we sit here in 2021, is this something that is still happening as a practice in throughout Acadiana, or is it something that you still feel the need to fight for?
I still feel the need to fight for it. It's happening throughout the world. It certainly does happen in Louisiana. I would like for it to be legalized and decriminalized so that law enforcement can concentrate on more serious issues, and these chickens can go about earning their livelihoods.
Now, so some of your critics indicate that chickens can't technically choose to go into a boxing ring and box each other, but you disagree?
Absolutely. All you have to do is let the chickens loose. These chickens have to be kept on a leash if there are other chickens around, or those two chickens will find each other and they will fight, generally until one is no longer alive. That is the nature of the bird that we are dealing with. Thousands of years of inbreeding, and these are the best. These are some warrior birds, and they want to fight.
They want to fight.
Absolutely.
And it is a big part of culture in Louisiana. This goes back many, many generations, and it's just something that you were fighting to see stay alive.
Absolutely. In addition to the economic value, on Sunday afternoons, I grew up in the country. On Sunday afternoon, folks would get together and they would race their horses. They would let their chickens fight, and they would cook and eat, and perhaps drink an adult beverage or two along the way. And that was the Cajun country way of spending an afternoon 3/4 of a century ago when I was a little boy. It's unfortunate that is no longer part of our culture, or at least that part of it has been outlawed anyway. And it's unfortunate that the economic benefits, which were considerable to so many people and so many businesses, have been ripped out of the fabric of our community. But even more than that, if you've ever gone to, and if you haven't, especially if you're an animal lover, I would urge you to go to a factory where they raise chickens for sale at the Walmart. If you see the conditions that those chickens live under, and are the way those chickens are treated, that's where your fight should be. If you're going to fight for something, don't fight for these people, these chickens who live. They have their own individual homes. They are treated extremely well. They have the best health care, the best nutrition, the best food. If I were a chicken, I would want to be a fighting chicken and not a Walmart chicken.
Because only in Louisiana.
Everyone I have talked to about this episode, or about Britney Spears in general, says things like, oh, I know her babysitter's mother, and what they are doing to her just ain't right. Or, I was the real estate agent for Britney's sister, and this whole thing they are doing to her is just ridiculous. So this story has Only in Louisiana written all over it in ways I can't even begin to express over this microphone. But as you know, there's been a very passionate Free Britney movement really from around the world for years. And what you're going to hear today, again, is where this story that is far from over sits today in July of 2021. I'm going to first play some short snippets of that testimony that Brittany gave to a judge last month. I'm not 100% sure of the source of this audio, but I'm comfortable using it based on what she says in the testimony. This recording is clearly on her end, and you continue to hear over and over alerts from what I can only assume are from social media or text messages. The point is, you can tell this audio is being recorded from a phone that is very near her as she gives this plea to the judge. And even if you've already heard it, I want you to listen again. And again, her testimony was 20 minutes, and I'm going to play for you some clips I pulled from that for the purpose of this episode, about 2.5 minutes. Keep in mind, this is what Louisiana girls sound like. Hear the hyperbole. Hear the literalies. She is so Louisiana, and anyone listening from Louisiana will understand exactly what I'm talking about.
I was on tour in 2018. I was forced to do. My management said if I don't do this tour, I will have to find an attorney, and by contract, my own management could sue me if I didn't follow through with the tour. He handed me a sheet of paper as I got off the stage in Vegas and said I had to sign it. It was very threatening and scary, and with the conservatorship, I couldn't even get my own attorney, so out of fear, I went ahead and I did the tour. Ma'am, I'm not here to be anyone's slave. There was a week period where they were nice to me, and they said, if I don't want to do the new Vegas show, I don't have to, because I was getting really nervous. They told me I could wait. It was like lifting literally 200 pounds off of me when they said I don't have to do the show anymore. Not only did my family not do a goddamn thing, my dad was all for it. Anything that happened to me had to be approved by my dad. And my dad he acted like he didn't know that I was told I had to be tested over the Christmas holidays before they sent me away when my kids went home to Louisiana. He was the one who approved all of it. My whole family did nothing. The control he had over someone as powerful as me, as he loved the control to hurt his own daughter 100,000%, he loved it. And ma'am, I will tell you, sitting in a chair 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, it ain't fun. And especially when you can't walk out the front door. And that's why I'm telling you this again 2 years later. After I've lied and told the whole world I'm okay and I'm happy, it's a lie. I want changes, and I want changes going forward. I deserve changes. I was told I have to sit down and be evaluated again if I want to end the conservatorship. Ma'am, I didn't know I could petition the conservatorship to end it. I'm sorry for my ignorance, but I honestly didn't know that. That whole statement right there, the conservatorship should end. There should be I shouldn't be in a conservatorship if I can work and provide money and work for myself and pay other people. It makes no sense. The laws need to change. I truly believe this conservatorship is abusive. And now we can sit here all day and say, oh, conservatorships are here to help people. But ma'am, there's 1,000 conservatorships that are abusive as well. And I would like to progressively move forward, and I want to have the real deal. I want to be able to get married and have a baby. I was told right now in the conservatorship, I'm not able to get married or have a baby. I have a ID inside of myself right now, so I don't get pregnant. I wanted to take the ID out so I could start trying to have another baby, but this so-called team won't let me go to the doctor to take it out because they don't want me to have children.
All right, I'm going to bring in now Abigail Savique. Abby is with the Free Britney movement. Thank you for joining us on Only in Louisiana podcast today, Abby.
Thank you for having me, Michelle. I'm so excited.
So I would just want to say, first of all, what is your initial thought on everything that is going on right now with Miss Spears?
I think it's sad. I think it's very sad. I feel like people are like, oh, celebrities don't have real problems, blah, 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 blah. But it's clear that they do. And I feel like she's grown up in the public eye. So that's already can be traumatizing, and you can have issues from that. And just the fact that she has a parent who has a literal grip on her entire life. I can't even imagine what she must be going through.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate with you for a second. So let's say that this will continue to stand because apparently this conservatorship is quote unquote permanent, but it's also very unprecedented. What if we though do say that Brittany isn't capable of mentally making her own decisions? What would your response be to that?
I understand stepping in to help. I feel like I'm not always there mentally sometimes, just like everybody else. So like anytime I have a breakdown or like anybody else, like my dad doesn't step in and go, okay, I'm taking your finances. Like I'm taking control of like everything that you do, you know? So at 30, she's 39, right?
Yeah.
You have to let people make their own decisions. And if she gets her estate back and goes completely bankrupt, that's on her. If she gets her estate back and everything's fine, then great. I just don't understand why her father is so adamant about keeping control of her money. It's not his, it's hers. So,
and not just her money, but her health care. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that I think that you guys, it sounds like, are the most outraged about from her testimony that she gave in June of 2021.
It's ridiculous. So I was reading an article yesterday about the healthcare part of it. So they have somebody else in there who's kind of, you know, keeping an eye on her and making sure she gets what she needs and stuff. But in their statement, they did say that they still have to go through Jamie Spears to have him sign off on things. If like Brittany needs a medical procedure or something like that, he still has to sign off on what's happening.
One of the other things that naysayers have been indicating is that, you know, Brittany might be crazy. Have you seen her Instagram account? Have you seen her Instagram?
I have seen her Instagram account.
My husband is obsessed with her Instagram, and I know about it. I'm not big on IG, but he's always showing me her videos. Would you describe those videos as crazy?
I mean, it's Britney. Like, it's Britney Spears. That's just like, I feel like how we know her, and she's always been out there. She's a performer. She's an entertainer. So are they a little odd? Yes. It's not what I would choose to post, but I mean, it's not my life. And again, she's a performer. She's an entertainer. It gets views. It gets likes. It gets people talking. So...
Exactly.
That's kind of my answer for that.
And in our line of work, we use that defense for the things that we say a lot. Mm-hmm. You know, someone can come back and say, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe Michelle said that." But were you entertained?
Exactly. Exactly.
And aside from that too, she has been working. Mm-hmm. And I just really don't think she ever really fully grasped in the way that I'm seeing it, what that conservatorship would eventually, what it actually meant. Certainly, she probably didn't think that it meant she would never be able to have children.
Right.
Or that they would have that kind of control.
Right. And your parent is, again, I can't imagine how heartbroken she must feel, because your parent is supposed to be someone who supports you and, you know, helps you out along the way, doesn't put roadblocks and keeps you from doing the things that you want to do. And that's exactly what Jamie Spears is doing. And it's just heartbreaking.
And me and you were both daddy's girls.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe there's a lot we don't know. Everyone concedes that. The attorneys that I spoke to for this podcast, that is very obvious. However, as daddy's girls, if something were presented like this to me from my father, I would say, Daddy, you know best. You know, what if she agreed to it back then? Because daddies take care of us.
Right.
But did she ever think it would lead to this?
Right.
But so here we are, I guess. What is it that those that you were with and the hashtag Free Britney movement, you know, what would you guys ultimately like? Where would you like to see this go?
I would like to see her get her life back. I mean, it's sad to watch. And like I said, she's grown up in the public eye since she was, 10?
Yeah.
You know, she was on Mickey Mouse Club and everything. Mm-hmm. And and she's working, and she's clearly come a long way since the 2008 breakdown. So I'm just like, let her live her life. Mm-hmm. Just give her control back. Let her do her thing. Again, if she bankrupts herself, that's on her. And if she does fine, then great.
Right.
Let her make her own decision.
And I'll ask you this, and then we can wrap up. But I think we're, as Louisiana girls, in a unique position to feel extra super passionate about this, because did you listen to her testimony that she gave to the judge? Mm-hmm. Doesn't she sound like a Louisiana girl?
Yes, she does. I've always thought that too.
I mean,
her and her sister.
Yes, they are Louisiana girls through and through. And a lot of times girls like me and you, we wear our crazy proud. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean you can take my life away.
Right.
And so I think that's what they're arguing. Abby Savik, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Free Britney.
I'm chatting with Jill Kraft. She is a prominent defense attorney here in Louisiana. Jill, first of all, thank you for joining me for the Only Louisiana podcast today.
Well, thank you for having me. This is great.
Yeah, so there's a huge light shining right now on conservatorships following the Britney Spears' recent emotional testimony to a judge. And there's a lot of confusion about that type of legal arrangement. But would you mind shedding some light on what a conservatorship is and how they work?
Well, it's not necessarily something by title we have in Louisiana. In Louisiana, we have a thing that's called an interdiction, and we also have a curatorship. In this state, in order to get an interdiction or a curatorship, which can be over the person or their finances or some aspect of their business or decision-making processes, you have to prove by clear and convincing proof that that individual is unable consistently to make reasoned decisions regarding the care of his person and property or to communicate those decisions, and whose interests cannot be protected by less restrictive means. That's a pretty high burden in Louisiana. So the odds of at least what's been described in the media necessarily occurring here and outside of California probably are minimized significantly. Also, in this state, in order to protect somebody by due process, we have procedures whereby you can go to court and have an interdiction or a curatorship lifted or rejected. And going into that process, and again, I can't speak to California law, but here, in order to even get there, you have to have a series of hearings, and no court is empowered in this state to grant an interdiction or even necessarily an adverse curatorship unless there is a full-blown hearing, there's a reasoned decision, evidence is put on, and the proposed interdict or person to be subjected to a curatorship has had a full and fair opportunity to call witnesses. So in other words, what I'm telling you is here, the process is very stringent. It's typically a long, drawn-out process. It's not a decision made overnight.
The way that I was reading all of this as it was going on, like you said, in California, but her father, who's, from here, but obviously the incidents happened there. But he was able to obtain this when she was going through a really, really tough time, a very publicly bad time. And Jill, we've all been through tough times, and I wanted to say this as I get personal in my podcast, but you were my attorney when I needed to get out of a situation that I caused when I was going through a tough time many years ago. We won my case. I was able to argue with your help that I can be trusted enough. I mean, shouldn't Britney, in your legal opinion, be afforded a similar opportunity?
Absolutely. And so, and thank you, because, look, it's an honor and a privilege. But I will tell you that in her circumstance, I think what is difficult for me to understand is even though she's been subjected to a conservatorship, she still has rights of due process. And really, interdictions here and curatorships here, and I would submit to you likely conservatorships in California, are always subject to reform and always subject to change because the law doesn't presuppose somebody is irretrievably beyond any kind of reclamation or restoration. We believe in second chances. And so I suspect that in her circumstance, if she is capable of demonstrating, look, that was then and this is now, then, I would suggest to you it's going to be revoked. And because you can't indefinitely keep somebody subject to a conservatorship without proof that they are still, quote, a danger to themselves and others, or they are incapable consistently to take care of their own affairs. I mean, those types of decisions. These legal procedures are not designed for people who make poor choices or go through rough patches. They're designed for people who literally are permanently incapable of taking care of themselves. That's why in each circumstance there's always an out. You can always go back to the court and petition for it to be either modified or vacated.
I remember when when the Tom Benson case came through, and a lot of things that we've been seeing in the media from others, though, is that like conservatorships are reserved for people who are aging and, you know, developing a type of dementia that is progressive and that they're not going to get better. But she's 39.
Right. And look, I mean, in all candor, I mean, I've seen them in instances where, you know, individuals have been catastrophically injured in accidents, young people, folks who suffer, you know, a significant mental break, have reality coping problems, you know, and they serve a good purpose there because somebody has to make medical decisions for them going forward and handle their affairs that they're not capable of. In Britney Spears' circumstance, the concern that I have is she's been out on the road performing, apparently, and making millions and millions of dollars. So I find it difficult to believe that she's not capable of managing her own affairs. I mean, she can hold a conversation and put on a 2-hour show and appear on TV. You know, that's not the be-all to end-all, certainly, but the fact that she's capable of doing those types of things kind of seems incongruent with the notion of her being subjected to a conservatorship, especially one that, you know, couldn't be terminated. You know, that's why I'm telling you, I suspect strongly it is in the process of or should be terminated. You know, unless, again, there's something we don't know that's going on that, you know, nobody's privy to.
And I sense there's a lot of that. I sense that there's a lot that we don't know or are privy to because of how high profile this is. You know, and so for the people that are protesting all over the place, the big Free Britney campaigns that we've seen, you know, so much outrage. But I mean, in your opinion, for what you know about this, I keep seeing the word permanent. I mean, is she ever going to, quote unquote, be freed?
I would submit to you that you know, on some level, she definitely has to be. Because unless she, you know, and look, I've got a nephew, God bless him, who became a quadriplegic as a result of a drunk driver. My sister in Connecticut has essentially a limited conservatorship over him, meaning he is not in a position to conduct his own affairs, you know, and things like that. In that circumstance, he will not recover, and he will not be in a position where, you know, that aspect of his life is going to necessarily get any better. But that's a unique situation. Hers is not a unique situation. And, you know, there have been a lot of circumstances in this state, for example, folks who suffer from mental illness. When they take medication, you know, they are okay for a while. And so, you know, in those circumstances, are you going to permanently hold somebody subject to interdiction and or a curatorship, or in her circumstance, a conservatorship? And the law's answer is no. If they achieve a point where they can, quote, and the law here says consistently make informed decisions and that type of thing, then, you know, they have no right, no reason to be under a permanent, quote unquote, interdiction. I think the same is true with her. You can't constitutionally do that. Just like we don't have debtor's prison, you don't have, you know, perpetual conservatorship. At some level, she has a right to due process and a right to manage her own affairs that is founded in the Constitution, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Again, I have some pretty strong concerns on my end that they can send her out, you know, and I hate to use that phrase, but send her out on the road to do a bunch of performances. She's capable of doing that. You know, somebody's capable of collecting cash for her to do that. And then they're on the same token maintaining some position that she's incapable of managing her own affairs, not just financially, but medically as well, apparently.
Her testimony to the judge was about 20 minutes long, but at the end, it almost seems like at the end is when she revealed that she's not being allowed to go to a doctor to remove her IUD, and she wants to have kids. So later on in the podcast, I'm actually interviewing the CEO of a reproductive rights organization, and they say that the fact that she's being denied that violates her rights to freedom as an American. I mean, is that something that can truly be legally stipulated under a conservatorship?
Well, I mean, it could, for example, here, if there was an interdiction, and that is really the consent to a medical procedure. And again, that goes back to consent, like if, you know, in an interdiction, you know, you can't sign notes, you can't sign mortgages, you can't consent to medical treatment, those types of things. But to me, what concerns me the most is the fact that it's kind of borderline, not, you know, on the notion of forced sterilization. I mean, and of course you can't do that. And of course it's unconstitutional. And of course, this is America, at least last time I damn checked. And so that whole notion of I'm taking away her right to have children, I mean, again, without more, and there may be context which we don't have any idea of, it seems really abhorrent at this point in time. It seems pretty, I would say, excessive. Again, we don't all know the context of what's going on or, how we got there and those types of things. But, and also bear in mind, too, the implants, as I understand it, have a limited lifespan. That's not any kind of apology or anything else. I mean, they have a limited lifespan. At some point, somebody's got to make a medical decision to quote-unquote replace it. But on the same token, I'm kind of leaning on the side of I don't understand how it is she's not able to have herself removed from essentially forced sterilization at this point in time.
Yeah, that is the thing, and I've talked to some of my friends about that, because if we're getting personal, I have an IUD, and yeah, they expire after 5 years, and then it becomes dangerous if you don't have it removed.
Right. I mean, they can't stay in forever, and you're absolutely right. I mean, they only have a limited lifespan, and so at some point, somebody's going to be making a decision that this has got to come out, and one's got to go into those types of things, But again, I mean, it really, to me, the right to reproductive choice, when I last checked, thank God, is still one that we have in the United States of America, and particularly as it relates to the right of utilizing, reproductive things such as birth control or not birth control, those types of choices. I mean, without even getting into the whole right to life debate that I'm sure people wish to have. We damn sure have a right in this country as women to say, hey, I want to have children or I don't. And I am very concerned when you have a situation that seems to have intruded on that. Again, how she got there is something we don't know. We don't know when the decision was made for there to be an implant, when that decision is going to have to be reversed, because you're right, it's not permanent. What are the adverse, if any, medical effects and so on and so forth.
And this is my final question for you, Jill. And I just wanted to say again how much I appreciate you helping me in my situation.
Aww.
And you did, and I will say, I will go ahead and say that it relates to my son. And I'm glad that I was given the opportunity to fight and with somebody like you. And I guess it would be...
Let me tell you something, Michelle. It's an honor. You are an incredible human being. I mean, good Lord, you're an inspiration to everybody. Well, so let's just leave it at that. How about that?
Well, thank you. But so thank you for saying that. But if you were representing Britney Spears in the way that you helped me, I mean, where can she go from here?
Well, I mean, I think she's got some obvious choices. I mean, if this was a medically induced, conservatorship, and they had, a line of doctors who said, oh my God, she can't. I mean, again, I have a hard time, since she's been under this conservatorship, somebody's been sending her out there to do performances. I have a hard time reconciling the notion that she can go out and perform and generate a bunch of cash doing so, or appear on television, or, appear on red carpet, runway things, whatever it is. And then at the same token, that she's got a judgment that says she is not capable of making even the most personal decisions for herself. I mean, that just really seems incongruous. So if it were me representing her, I would, immediately have filed a motion to vacate the conservatorship, to the extent California procedure allows you to do that. But B, I mean, the forced restrictions that are continuing, I mean, almost may give rise to, some other, spawned litigation, like an intrusion on her personal freedoms, her constitutional rights and things of that nature. I mean, the law only goes so far, and somebody who's capable as she is to go out and perform and give public statements and appear on TV and, all this kind of stuff doesn't seem like the kind of person who should be continuing to be subjected to an unending conservatorship. The law just does not allow for there to be perpetual things like that without cause.
Jill Kraft, thank you so much for joining me for the Only in Louisiana podcast. You rock, and I only wish that everyone had the opportunity to have somebody like you speak for them all the time. Because you're the best.
Back at you, sister.
go ahead and bring in now Julie Burkhart. She is the founder and CEO of Trust Women, which is a health and reproductive rights organization. Hi, Julie. Thank you so much, first of all, for being with us on Only in Louisiana today.
Well, Michelle, it's really a pleasure, and thank you for having me.
And so I gave you off the air, the radio girl in me has to say off the air, but I gave you a little bit of the background on why the Britney Spears matter falls under an Only in Louisiana category, because she is and grew up in Kentwood, Louisiana. So we all here feel a little bit different, connection. You can understand this, that she just feels like family,
Yes, I can totally understand that. And I really appreciate you sharing that information with me. I just had no idea where she was from.
Yep. Kentwood, Louisiana. Special. Yeah, it is. So, Julie, I think one of the most shocking things that Britney claimed in her testimony to the court when she gave her statement regarding the conservatorship is that she's long been under, and the laws are very different in Louisiana, as we heard from the defense attorney, Jill Kraft, whom we spoke with earlier in the episode, is that she has not been allowed to see her doctor to have her IUD removed. Now, I know the question when I heard that in my head was, can they do that? I mean, what is Trust Women's response to that matter?
To hear that a person had been denied the right to have their contraceptive device removed, as Ms. Spears stated, it was absolutely appalling, because we believe that people need to have that bodily autonomy and to be able to make those personal, private decisions for themselves.
And the other thing that me and Jill discussed, and I probably got into a little bit more TMI, but that's the great thing about podcasts, is you and I've already talked about, is that I have an IUD. They expire, like they don't last forever. So where do you go in that regard?
Well, you have to go to the doctor.
Right.
Right. That's where you would go, is to the doctor. And you're exactly right. IUDs expire. So it's advisable to go to a doctor to have an IUD removed.
So just to back up a little bit, I'm chatting with Julie Burkhart. She is the founder and CEO of Trust Women. And Julie, I did some background on you too, and I see that you've been fighting for choice in legislatures and courtrooms for a very, very long time. I mean, this case is as high profile as they come when it comes to a woman not having control of her own life, and exploring why that is, and the injustice that so many people believe that is being done. I mean, what do you think would be next?
I like the fact that this has gotten so much attention from, people in the media, such as yourself. And I think that this is something that we need to be discussing publicly. I have pondered that question myself, what would be the next steps for Ms. Spears, and, what rights does she have to challenge this decision? Whether, when, how a person becomes a parent, that's incredibly personal, and it's something that's in that person's heart. And so this is where, I would hope that people would listen to Britney Spears. If she's wanting to have a child, wanting to control her fertility in that way, then I hope she would be allowed.
So again, I really had hoped to publish this episode last weekend, but as we sit again in July of 2021, there have been stories popping up all week. There have been lawyer changes, management changes. I believe that Britney has now officially announced her quote unquote retirement from the music industry. And I have on tap people that are close to Britney that I am going to hold to my vest, because The Only in Louisiana podcast isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And so, as Brittany's story, as every other story that you have heard on the Only in Louisiana podcast continues to evolve, you can definitely expect a follow-up.
Because only in Louisiana.
Audible's romance collection has something to satisfy every side of you. When it comes to what kind of romance you're into, you don't have to choose just one. Fancy a dalliance with a duke, or maybe a steamy billionaire. You could find a book boyfriend in the city and another one tearing it up on the hockey field. And if nothing on this earth satisfies, you can always find love in another realm. Discover modern rom-coms from authors like Lily Chu and Ali Hazelwood, the latest romantasy series from Sarah J. Maas and Rebecca Yarros, plus Regency favorites like Bridgerton and Outlander. And of course, all the really steamy stuff. Your first great love story is free when you sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/Wondery. That's audible.com/Wondery.
This is the Only in Louisiana podcast with Michelle Southern.
There are many traditions here in Louisiana that are so very unique to our state that I think maybe even a resident here might take for granted. But if you're not from here and you're looking to do something really different for the holidays, I highly recommend to anyone that you head down to the Great River Road region between New Orleans and Baton Rouge for one of the most incredible lighting displays you've ever seen. Not Christmas lights in the traditional sense, but bonfires. And like so much of what we love to do in Louisiana, this tradition, for those who have been doing it forever, is much like our awesome tailgate parties, you know, that we're so well known for. Family and friends gathering together for food and cold beers, and it's one of the oldest traditions in St. John and St. James parishes, the bonfires on the levee. I'm going to bring in a guy now who I believe is single-handedly responsible for bringing attention to this event in a way that no one else has. And as we find out, there's a reason for that. His name is Josh Weidert, and he's the founder of a bonfire building group called Blood, Sweat, and Bonfires, which hails from Garyville, Louisiana, and the St. John Parish portion of the Mississippi River levee. Josh, in your own words, how did the bonfires on the levee tradition even begin?
Well, lighting of the bonfires is an old tradition that dates back about 100 plus years, and it kind of started as something people would do in the olden days to help light the way for people to see at night during times of midnight mass, whenever people would go for Christmas Eve. Well, it kind of evolved into a tradition to where, you know, the bonfires on the levee, you know, we lighten the way for Papa Noel, who was the Cajun Santa Claus, and we tell that to the kids, kind of like to keep the folklore going, you know, to keep the little tradition alive. And since then, it's grown into this tourist attraction where people come from all over the world to see the bonfires burn on the levee. And you can see them Christmas Eve, 7 p.m. They light all the bonfires. It's definitely a sight to see when you see a couple hundred of them burning. But yeah, that's pretty much how it started, and this tradition's been going for a long time.
Now, Josh, where are you from originally?
I'm from Garyville, Louisiana.
So growing up, you were surrounded by this, right?
Right, yes. That was something I had seen my dad doing whenever I was a kid.
Okay, I don't know what the heck just happened. Yeah, that was an epic fail. We got 12 people watching. Okay. I'm hitting L to turn on my light, and it pops up, it turns on something else. Why does it do that? What the heck? Why did that happen? Oh, of course, I had to hit a Louisiana cop car. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's embarrassing. No, I didn't fall asleep. In case if you're wondering, I did not fall asleep. Like, I pressed L to turn on my light, right? And see, it shows other things on the screen that y'all could not see. Why does it do that? I want to see if that's still... I want to see if it still does that. Let me just disconnect my trailer. That was embarrassing. Okay, my lights are on. Okay, so now... what the heck? Now it's not doing it. That is so weird. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. Let's see how much this costs. Ugh, a lot. Oh my gosh. Huh. Now it's a 4-star condition truck instead of 5 stars. Oh well. That was so bizarre. I can't believe we have 10 people watching. It's unusual me getting that amount of people watching. It's crazy. Yeah, y'all just... That was probably the highlight of that stream. That crazy collision. Where's the radio? It's on Sirius XM. You just commented on one of Acer's latest posts. Okay, cool. Alright, well, I guess... Why isn't it playing? That's because I paused it because of what just happened. Hey, new viewer. You just subscribed? Oh, well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Welcome to the stream. You found me. Yes, excuse the sound of my voice. It's because of me having a kind of a cold, but hopefully my voice gets back to normal, hopefully soon. Which is why I don't really feel like talking much, and that's why I was playing the podcasts, which I'll get back into that right now, in case if you're wondering. Yes, I can pause it because it's not live, it's pre-recorded. It's from a couple of years ago. Yeah, so far I'm enjoying the this Louisiana podcast, so let's resume it. And I don't know, that was so weird that happened. Hopefully that won't happen again. Alright.
I had been on a levee building bonfires for as long as I can remember.
So, how did your group, Blood, Sweat, and Bonfires, get started?
Well, just a couple of kids from the neighborhood. We always rode bikes together and played and stuff. And we'd go on a levee for Christmas time and help our dads build bonfires. And when it was time for us to get old enough and start doing it, we started doing it on our own. And at first we started with simple A-frame bonfires, a more traditional look, and us being who we are, we just kind of branched off and started doing more custom things, and it's kind of evolved into what we do these days, with the special custom theme bonfires that everybody comes out to see in Garyville. So it's kind of something we kind of stuck on now.
Well, I guess, do you remember when you went from the A-frame bonfire to doing something different than that?
Yeah, I can probably give you an estimate. It was probably around 2001, 2 maybe. We decided we wanted to build a guitar. So we wanted to replicate it was a Gibson Les Paul we tried to build as kids, and it came out pretty good. And, it was pretty good.
You're being humble. I'm looking at the picture right now because it's at the top of your Facebook page. I mean, that's incredible. To go from A-frame to that.
You see, the one you're looking at is actually from 2011.
Okay.
That's the third guitar we built.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the first one was pretty good. The second one was also pretty good, but the third one was the best.
Yeah.
We had did the Les Paul. We tried a BC Rich Warlock. And then the third one was another Les Paul, but this is when we were a little more advanced. We had learned a lot more and we were a little more older, so this one looks even better. And, one day we plan to redo that guitar again, but like full on detail, knowing like everything we know now, I think it can be even better.
So how does the planning to make an incredible bonfire like this begin? I mean, do you guys draw it out? How do you determine how much wood you're going to need, and how many people are involved in the process?
Well, there's quite a few of us involved, and that number changes every year. We got people. Myself, I do a lot of planning and drawing out and stuff, and I got another friend of mine, Chris. He's all good with the mechanical parts of everything, and figuring out numbers and stuff. And then I got Sonny and Troy and all these other guys. They all just as good as me when it comes to designing things. And we kind of all get together and have little weekend get-togethers where we barbecue and have a couple beers and stuff and talk about bonfire. And we'll figure it out. And, we kind of all know, the language when we talk about it, like what we need to do. We need to do this, and this is how this is going to work, and everything else. And I guess what we do is when we start cutting wood, we just go cut some wood. We come back. If we need more, we'll go get more. So it's kind of like we plan, but we do a lot of improvising too. There's a whole lot of improv in this. It really is. We start with a plan, and about midway through, that plan is completely out of the window. We're just winging it. It's kind of like, all right, we see it now. We know what we need to do. This plan is no longer, it's no longer relevant.
It's evolved.
Right. Yes. Things have changed. We rarely ever follow a plan.
Right.
The plan is just pretty much a Kickstarter. It gets us kick-started, and then after that, we just take it from there.
Well, it's art, really. I mean, your inspiration grows.
Right, yes. It is a form of art, and form of art that you burn and destroy.
Well, I know we'll talk about what you're doing this year in a second. Was the turtle your last one? Because I know we couldn't do it last year.
No, actually, we've the turtle.
Okay, sorry. I paused it again because I pressed L and it's showing. You can't see what it's showing. I'll have to take a picture of it. I wonder if this is something from Streamlabs or something like that. I guess I don't really need Streamlabs anymore because I got OBS to work. Let me see here. That's stupid. Why is it doing that? I know you can't see what it's doing, but Control L, can I change that to something else? I don't know why it's doing this. But it's not showing it on the stream. Connect. What is this? Is this like for Discord or something? I don't care about that. Anyways, I'll get back into what I was doing here. I guess now it's not doing it. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Let me go get my phone real quick. Alright, I'm back, so I'm just gonna take a picture of this from my phone, and, yeah, get back into what I was doing. Alright, hopefully, we won't have any more weird stuff happening. Alright, let's resume. No, T-Bone. No deliveries tonight until I begin the Christmas event, which will probably be sometime next week.
Turtles in 2017.
Okay,
and we had built a pelican and the 78-foot alligator last year. Well, in 2019.
Oh, that's right. The alligator. I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
So I was a news reporter when I covered y'all with the turtle, and it moved, right?
Right, yeah, it did. The head came out and snapped.
Have y'all done a moving one since?
Yeah, when we did the pelican, we had the babies in the nest, like the baby birds in the nest, and they had a little crank handle. You could come out, and if you turn the crank handle, it was on a camshaft, and it'll make the little baby birds move up and down and flap their wings.
And the pelican, yeah, like on our state flag.
Right. Yes, that's exactly right. The brown pelican. That was in 2018. In 19, the alligator. It was so big that we were kind of limited on what we can do, so we made the mouth kind of snap open and close on that one. But yeah, this year we're incorporating the same things again into the bonfire, and this is probably, I could definitely say this is probably going to be the biggest moving part we've ever done so far. So yeah, we've been working pretty hard on figuring out what we needed for this, and I think we got a pretty good plan so far. Hopefully it doesn't break.
So this year's the blue crab, right?
That is correct, yes, the blue crab. We started building a few weeks back, and right now, the point we got pretty much the body completed. The shell is built on the top, and yesterday I started working on the facial features of it, like kind of where the mouth flaps go, the eyes, and the front part of the shell. I started working on some of the details for that, and there's a few more left to do in the front, a few changes to make, but that's almost done. The claws, I started working on those way ahead of time. I got them pretty much framed up, sitting in my backyard. Me and my buddy, we've been working on them, whenever he's off and I'm off, and he's been, he's been mounting up electrical actuators in the elbows, and that's what's going to make the claws open and close and pinch, remote controlled, powered by like 2 car batteries. So these big claws we got measure about 21 feet. Each one is 21 feet long from base to tip of the pincher. And whenever they're on the bonfire and fully opened up, I think it should have a wingspan right around 55 feet. So it's going to look pretty big, and everything's going to be controlled, with these electrical actuators, open and close, and the pinches are also going to open and close as well.
That's incredible. It's going to be a sight to see.
Yeah, it's going to be something. That's going to be something like we kind of stepped past our boundaries with that one.
Yeah. Well, logistically, do you have to reserve a spot on the levee? How does that work?
Well, I know the guys in St. James Parish, when it's time for them to go, they go get a bonfire permit, and there's designated spots already staked out for them.
Okay.
And if you had a spot like the year before, I believe you're the one who has first right to that spot. And if you deny it, then somebody else can come and take that spot. So it's pretty much like if you built that, if you build there in front of your family's house for years after years, you're going to get that permit every year unless you don't want it. Now, in St. John Parish, where we are, it's a little bit different. We don't have quite the numbers of bonfires like St. James does. So what we do is we'll go get a permit from our EOC, a bonfire permit. We come back, we get the permit signed by the adjacent landowners who live in front of that spot on the levee, and then we'll fill out our end, and we bring it back to them, we pay a fee, and then they determine if the location that we build bonfire in is, within regulation and within rules, with all our refineries being around and gas stations. And if it is, they'll give us the permit, and then we can start building. But in recent years, kind of Garyville's bonfires, our availability is shrunk down a lot. There's only 2 spots left to build in Garyville. Ours and another guy who's down the road from us. And the reason for that being is they came through with a bike path on top of the levee about a year ago. And a few, years back, whenever we heard that this bike path was coming, me and my friends went over to a meeting, and we started trying to fight to get this thing moved down the levee to preserve the top of the levee for us to keep building bonfire.
Yeah.
And at first they were just going to go right over it. So this kind of also helped with us building, stepping up our game with these bonfires. I think at that point in time was whenever we started making them animated and, making them more elaborate, it was all right, we need to bring attention to this.
Yeah.
Because if not, it's going to go away because they're going to build this bike path over it. So, what happened was we kept fighting, but we kept building these bonfires that were, attention getters and bringing people from all over the world and making, big news and stuff. It's the parish and the people in charge of this bike path eventually said was hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and move it down the levee so I can continue to build. So that was a battle. I mean, we can kind of say we won and we compromised with the parish because they kind of get their bike path. We keep our bonfires. Everybody's happy, So it was pretty worrisome years back when we thought we were losing this tradition forever in Garyville.
Well, I think you came up with a great solution because I see you're all over the news every year. I mean, that's free publicity for this event and your parish.
Yeah, it really is. It became pretty awesome. And I think, a lot to do with that is, how we use social media these days.
Yeah.
To promote things, with our bonfire page. I put a picture out there, it gets shared 3,000 times.
Yeah.
And you can see whenever you're looking on your page, you can see statistics as far as how many people it has reached.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've seen some of our more popular posts where they've reached over 600,000-700,000 people, and you know, that's pretty astounding. And once you hit that number, you're all over the nation.
And then you have people driving through Garyville, getting gas and eating in your restaurants, and
right,
you know, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and that is a pretty big deal. I mean, I think you know, it helps out all areas around. So it'll bring people. It also, another thing I like about it, I've talked to people on my Facebook page who have never heard of this before, you know, and they came across it on Facebook, a friend shared it or something, and all of a sudden this is like, wow, bucket list. You know, I'm interested. I'm coming down. We got to see this.
Yeah.
So now we bringing new people down to see this every year, and I talk to them personally on my page, and I'll send them information and everything they need to know to come on down here and see the bonfires. You know, not just ours, like, but the other ones too that's around it. There's so much more to see than just ours.
Yeah.
You know ours gets a lot of attention because we build a custom something different, but you know, there's traditions that's spread across two parishes on the east and west bank of the Mississippi River, and a lot of people don't know, but the west bank, there's some cool bonfires over there too. I mean, there's some guys over there that do some pretty cool stuff that's definitely worth taking a ride and checking out if you're a tourist.
And so people come not just for Christmas Eve. They drive through the whole weeks leading up, right?
Yeah. I mean, it you'll see people, you know, from starting about now until Christmas Eve. As a matter of fact, when I was up there yesterday, I met a family from Seattle.
Wow.
Yeah, they were just stopping by. They said, "Oh, we're in town. You know, we were doing our parish. I guess they starting to advertise these things, and you know, for tourists to come and do. And they said they went to an andouille restaurant in La Place, and at the andouille restaurant, they were telling them about our bonfire and the whole tradition. So, you know, from the restaurant, they got in the car, they took off down the road and came looking at everything. And granted, we're not finished yet. We will be soon. But it was still pretty amazing, just the shell of the crab on the levee.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's
cool.
Yeah. I mean, if you're at a restaurant in La Place and you're from Seattle and someone tells you this, you're going to go see it. It's a must.
Right.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, how are you funded? How do you pay for all of this?
Well, years ago, like pretty much the smaller the bonfire is, it's kind of like all you're really doing is paying for gas in your chainsaw, gas in your vehicle, and that's pretty much it. Now, you know, it's kind of evolved. We need a few more things to build these bonfires. We need some material, so we try to do it as cheap as possible to remain low on cost. But sometimes we end up spending a little bit of money for certain things. And you know what we do throughout the course of the year. You know, we'll take on little projects or something as a group. We get paid for those things, and what we'll do, we'll kind of take a little percentage of that money and put it in like a little savings kitty that we got. And last year, we had somebody that donated us 2 hogs. They came on a levee and cooked them and said, "Hey, we got a bunch of hogs. We're making pulled pork. We got a bunch of bread and buns. We donating this to y'all." You know, and I'll say, "All right, one of my little deals, say, look, go serve it out to people." And what we'll do is put a cup out, say, "Hey, here's free pulled pork sandwiches. But if you want to donate $1, here's a cup. But if not, you know, it's also cool too, you know?"
Yeah.
So we ended up picking a little bit of money up from that. Sometimes we'll, you know, flip a few T-shirts. They'll sell, some guys will maybe have T-shirts made and sell them on the levee. Certain little things like that, different little small fundraisers, and it generally gets us enough to maybe buy any little random material that we may need here or there. Like for this year's bonfire, I think we had to buy a couple of electric actuators. That was a couple $100. You know, that was probably the most expensive thing we bought. Everything else was like scrap wood we used. Now we got a little money saved up, and we'll probably do the same thing this year and get a little more money saved up for next year. That way it kind of, you know, one night on the levee, we could sell it coming up. Like couple weekends from now, we're going to have a little pre-party before Christmas Eve, where it's just kind of like all the guys who build and the community that comes around. We'll use money from that to buy some food to cook jambalaya, gumbo, a couple cases of beer. We're funding our own parties now.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible. I guess how long do you think it's going to take you hours-wise when it's all said and done with the crab this year? How many hours do you think went into it?
Oh man, I wish every year somebody asks me that question. It's like, and I always think about it, like, man, I need to start logging our time, logging our hours to see,
it's
exactly.
Hard to tell.
Right, it's hard to tell, but I can tell you this: it's we probably work on it from I'd give it a solid 8-9 hours a day every day we work on it, and maybe a little more. I don't know. I think collectively as a group we probably worked on it 8 or 9 days so far.
Yeah.
So I'd say we have about 64, 72 hours into it.
Well, for the sake of the pesky media, maybe log your hours starting next year.
Yeah, I'll make sure to get a time clock next year.
The wild questions that we ask. Well, Josh, it has been a complete pleasure talking to you. I mean, is there anything else that you would like to add? Like, let's say your message for somebody who's never heard of the bonfires on the levee and this long-standing tradition that we have in Louisiana. As a spokesperson for it, what would you say?
Well, if to somebody who's never seen this before, I'd definitely say put it on your bucket list. Make it something to see. Come out and enjoy some of these bonfires, even before they're burned. Come and just experience the levee, because it's almost like it's a feeling like no other, especially those guys who've been doing it forever. It really does have a festive feel to it, and it's very genuine. It's something different. It's a different Christmas tradition. You can feel excitement in the air from everybody around just because it's the holiday season. Not because, hey, we about to watch something really cool, but just because everybody's happy. And it's a collective mood across the entire top of the levee, especially, from what I see by all bonfires. It's like everybody's happy. You don't have, you can see that people have, they're not involved in that daily lifestyle that so many of us get caught up in, and might cause, depression or anxiety and stuff. It's like you're free when you experience events like this, like it could be a bonfire, it could be a fair, a festival. People just need to get out and do those types of things where you're making yourself happy and you're around other people who's happy as well. And I think our event is one of those things, and we all for promoting something like that. If it can make a person, forget for 1 second that, hey, what's going on out in the world, and if it makes you feel upset, then we want you to come up there and enjoy that, because that's what, part of the holiday season is about. It's just about being able to enjoy yourself and forget those things in life that bring you down, and be around other people who's also having fun, and be in a festive environment sometimes. And it just helps people out, and that's a different thing. So I think the bonfires is one thing that I've seen, just personally looking at people, it really does help people. It's very therapeutic to somebody, anybody who comes up there, because it's something everybody's up there collectively enjoying. We love to see that kind of thing, and that's what keeps us going every year. It's like, it's hard. Sometimes we want to quit, we get mad, we throw things, but you always think about the people you make happy about what you do, and that keeps you going.
The miles and miles and miles of cars of people who come out every year.
Right.
I imagine that's got to give you a warm and fuzzy feeling.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, Josh, your passion is infectious. This is a great Only in Louisiana story, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time today.
Hey, I appreciate you doing the story for us and helping us get this tradition out. Means a lot to us. Thank you.
Because only in Louisiana.
Again, Josh Weidert, he is the founder of Blood, Sweat, and Bonfires, and you can find him on Facebook to learn more and see pictures of these incredible bonfires that we've been talking about today. Facebook.com/Blood, Sweat, Bonfires. If you plan to go see the bonfires on the levee Christmas Eve, I have one piece of advice for you, and that would be to arrive early, arrive early, arrive early. Thank you for tuning in to episode 12 here today of Only in Louisiana, proudly a part of the Guarantee Podcast Network, which is powered by PreSonus. And I invite you to follow and like the Only in Louisiana podcast Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Only in Louisiana. And I also welcome you to send me a message that way as the podcast continues to grow. If you have an idea or a story that you would like us to cover here on Only in Louisiana, feel free to shoot me a message again at facebook.com/Only in Louisiana.
This is the Only in Louisiana podcast with Michelle Southern.
Of legendary NFL broadcaster John Madden. And it was during that time I was sitting across the desk from Jeff Palermo, who is the news director of the Louisiana Radio Network. I was helping him anchor some news that morning on December 29th. And I heard him interviewing a gentleman by the name of Glenn Mistich, and they were talking about John Madden. And when Jeff got off the phone, I asked him, what was that about? What's your, Louisiana angle there? As the Louisiana Radio Network is a statewide radio news agency. And he said that's the guy that introduced John Madden to the turducken. It is an incredible story, but everyone knew of John Madden's love for the turducken and his association with Thanksgiving. But you might not know that started in the mid-'90s inside the Superdome. So I'm going to bring in Glenn Mistich now to tell the story himself. Glenn is the owner of the Gourmet Butcher Block and home of the All Madden Turducken. Glenn, thank you so much for joining us on the Only in Louisiana podcast today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
So if someone is listening right now and has no idea what a turducken is, why don't you enlighten us?
Okay, a turducken is a deboned turkey, stuffed with the deboned duck, stuffed with the deboned chicken, and it has sausage stuffing in the turkey, sausage stuffing in the duck, cornbread dressing in the chicken. So each bird is deboned and stuffed inside of each other with stuffing in each bird.
And how did the turducken get its start? I mean, who would you say is the real brainchild of it here in Louisiana?
Probably Hebert Specialty Meats, Lafayette, Maurice, and Paul Prudhomme. I guess those two guys. It's a debate on who really came up with it first.
A loaded question, right?
Yeah.
Well, tell us the story then about how a turducken ended up for the first time in the hands of John Madden.
So, in 1996, December, I was on the radio with Bob Del Giorno, the sports talker, and anyway, we were talking about the turducken and all this and that, and when I hung up the phone with him talking about the turducken, I was listening to him, and he was like, man, wouldn't it be cool if John Madden would try the turducken? He's coming to do the Saints and Rams game this weekend, and, never thought nothing of it. And talking to his audience, that's what he was saying, and next thing you know, they wanted us to go. So he said yes, he'd love it. And we went to the Dome and had a little trouble getting in, but we got in. He came out the booth and he fell in love with it, and took a picture with him, and we went on our way. And next thing you know, 2 days later, I got a phone call from John Madden. I thought it was one of my friends messing with me, and it really was him. I was like, wow, this is him. He said, I really like the turducken. Do you think I can get some in California? I was like, sure. So I took his name, his address, and he gave me his credit card and everything, and I sent him a turducken, and 2 weeks later, Fox Sports called us, and they said, Glenn, John wants the turducken to be the official food for the All Madden team. Can we send a camera crew over? I'm like, yeah. So Fox Sports comes over and does an interview with us. Right. And we were already on local TV and stuff before that, naturally all the Frank Davis and all the WVUE, WDSU, all the local stations, but never nothing like this.
No, right.
So they sent the crew, and I mean, every year, they asked me if I could put 6 legs on it. So six legs, so he went 8 legs, one for the offensive line, I think it was, and the most valuable player. So we did that, and every game from that point on, he had it for Thanksgiving Day. He would give the leg to the most valuable player, and then we were on, like, he had us on the turducken during the Super Bowl and stuff. So 24 years, he was getting it, you know. He gets it at his house every year, and we were on every Fox game and every Thanksgiving game until he retired, and it just meant a lot. It really does. And this year we were on the All Madden documentary. Fox Sports called and wanted us to be on there, and I'm like, why me? You know, he said, you know, Glenn said you were a big part of John Madden's history.
Oh, you can't beat a good turducken.
Which turkey is this?
This is a turducken.
This is a turducken, okay.
See, and this is what it looks like inside.
Oh,
see,
look
it's
at that.
turkey, dressing, duck, dressing, chicken.
All Madden turducken, you know.
At first glance, it's a turkey. But if you look a little deeper, there's more to this bird than meets the eye.
John Madden was coming to New Orleans to call a Saints game. Local radio personality said, wouldn't it be nice if John Madden would try this turducken?
Halftime coming up.
The next thing you know, we bring in a turducken to the game.
Some surprises today, including that turducken.
Then he passed away 2 days after he watched the documentary. And that's when it really hit me, because all the broadcasters that were, you know, talking about John Madden, you know, that day and days after, just about all of them talked about the turducken, you know, and it was a big part of him. That's when I really realized it really was a big part, because I'm just a little Cajun guy down here, you know. I mean, I tried to thank him several times, but, you know, he would just say, you know, you got a good product, just keep doing what you're doing. You know, I spent a lot of time with John Madden. When he comes to New Orleans, I would get invited to go with him on the bus and sit and talk to him before the games, after the games. And him and I would sit there and talk. You know, we had some alone time, and you know, we didn't talk about football. When I was younger, you know, I played football and stuff, but I wasn't big into football until I started, you know, seeing John Madden, giving him introductions and stuff. So we sit down and talk, and, you know, that's what we talked about was food. You know, he wanted to know how I did the turducken, how many we sold, you know, how do we debone the turkeys, you know, how do you put one together? That was his question. You know, that's what we talked about, food. He had a passion for football and the most knowledge of anybody, I think, ever to be in announcing with football. He also had a passion for food, and that's what I'll always remember him for, you know, and we're very blessed to be a part of this. You know, and I don't know, I can't say enough about what he's done for myself and my family, my business.
In the research that has gone ahead of our interview today for the podcast episode, he really loved it, Glenn. I think like he didn't make any bones about how much he loved a turducken.
You know, he really did, and he learned how to exactly what it was. You can see that game. He was describing this turducken to a T better than I did, probably. Yeah. I mean, it was unbelievable how he figured it out. You know, I mean, it was amazing, and he was sure to talk about it whenever he wanted to.
Yes, I even saw one broadcast where he cuts down the middle of it with his hand and just started.
Oh yeah, he was something else.
But anyway, here's how you slice it. See, a lot of people don't know. You have to slice it down the middle. See, and then you slice it across this way.
You know, one of the great things about your coming over here is I'm able to ask you all of these questions, because for a lot of years I thought a turducken was some sort of a foul crossbreed. But it's not.
Well,
it's three different things.
Yeah. Well, it's really 5 different things. It's a chicken, a duck, a turkey, and 2 kinds of dressing.
And are you going to have one on your Thanksgiving table?
Yeah, I'm going to have one. I have to bring it though, but you know, because here's a picture of one.
Turducken.
Yeah,
picture. That is it.
And you see, you cut it like right down here. See, and then this is what it looks like inside.
And he's a really nice guy. You know, you'd never know he had the fame. You know, it wasn't about fame and fortune with him. He was just having fun. You know, he really was, and he really did. That's how he lived his life. Plenty of times I got phone calls from him. Glenn, I'm sitting in my office with a friend of mine. He wants a turducken. Send him one. I'll give you his phone to him. So I talked to this friend of his. I didn't have to tell him who I was talking to. I mean, I don't remember all the people, but he thought about us a lot. Evidently, the conversation came up a lot in his everyday life, you know.
That's hilarious. Well, I know that you said that he's meant a lot to you and your family. How would you say your business compared before your meeting with John Madden and him announcing to the world or introducing to the world the turducken compared to afterwards?
So we were selling 200 to 250 turduckens between November and December. So that's Thanksgiving and Christmas. Okay. We sold about another 200 or 300 deboned stuffed turkeys and chickens we were selling. We were selling pretty many deboned stuffed chickens. So the following year, we sold 6,000 turduckens. And that's just because of John Madden. There's no other way we didn't advertise, we just, and that's what it was. I mean, we were with him from the time he was with Fox when we started. He went to CBS, ABC, NBC. He went to Monday Night Football, all these different networks he was with while we were with him. He ended up with Fox in the end also. So they carried us with them. I mean, all these different stations made sure they had John Madden on a Thanksgiving Day game, doing the six-legged turducken and stuff, and the six-legged turkey also. So what it's done from a business is from 250 to 6,000 turduckens is unbelievable. I just still to this day, and we're still right around that 5,000-6,000 mark, with everybody else that's doing it, because we're not the only ones that doing it anymore. At that time, there was only like 2 or 3 people doing the turducken.
So you said, how many days did John die after the documentary came out?
I think it was 2 or 3 days. So him and his family and a couple of close friends went watch it at his studio. In Pleasanton, he has a studio. He has an office, and he's got a big bunch of TVs on. You've seen it in the documentary. All those TVs, all that was done at his office. So he showed them bits and pieces, and he participated in it a lot. But he didn't see nothing about me on there. He didn't see none of it except the stuff that when you saw in the documentary. He was talking about the turducken. Ooh, can't beat a good turducken. But he was watching the whole film when he said that. Then he sat down and watched it with his friends and family. And, his anniversary was the 26th. He watched it on the 26th Christmas Day. His anniversary was the 26th. And the following day of the 27th that he passed away.
And I imagine that was quite a gut punch for you.
I didn't realize we were that big of a part in his life. And that when he passed away is when I really realized it, because all these people was talking about it. And the next day when I got to work, the phone rings 9 o'clock in the morning. Somebody wanted to do an interview with me, and I broke down. I mean, I got choked up.
So Glenn had mentioned that interview to me, and that was the interview that I heard Jeff conduct with him. And here's a little snippet of that at the end.
Quite a story. So I would imagine today's a sad day for you, huh?
It is. It is. It really is. And, I'm kind of lost for words. And, I made a lot of friends with John Madden, through him, CEO of Fox Sports, Eric Shanks, Sandy Montag, all these guys are in my contacts, and we talk throughout the year, just about every year. I've went and had to Eric's house and, spent time with him and, talk about John. And so it's been a great relationship.
Well, Glenn, thanks for talking with me. I know you're busy today. I appreciate it, and keep up the good work. And I know you think fondly of John today.
And you stuffed the turkey with it. It smelled so good. Duck with a chicken. So I just started grabbing it, pulling it apart, and eating it.
Yeah. About a week later, I get a phone call from Fox Sports. They said, Glenn, John Madden wants the turducken to be the official food for our Madden team.
There it is. Look, we got dressing and everything they're taking down there.
Hey, Mr. Madden, Mr. Summerall, happy Thanksgiving, fellas.
We were doing 6,000 turduckens the following year.
There's a lot of things I wish I would have said, I could have said before he passed away, and that I didn't get a chance to, but I'm grateful that he got to see the documentary. I think he could see in my face how smile I had, and, the interview and for all those guys. We were in the documentary with all these pro players and coaches and Hall of Famers, and then me, Anyway, it was good, and I can laugh about it now. It was a good time, and I'm glad he got to see it,
And have you heard the story about after he got that first turducken from you, that he met Tom Benson? Have you heard that part of this?
I did, and he's quoted several times. I guess it was maybe part of my fault because I didn't bring napkins when I did it. and played. I mean, I figured they'd have that stuff at the Dome, but when he got it, he didn't waste no time and act for that. He just started eating it. And I think that might be the time you saw where he cut it in half. I don't know. It's hilarious.
So the story is, tell it how you know it with the Tom Benson part of it.
I know it. He was in there eating the turducken. I mean, that was right after we left, and Tom Benson went in there to ask him if he could help him find a new coach, and that's what he says. And he come to a point where he had his hands full of turducken grease and meat and whatever, and he says there's a time whether you try to find a napkin or you just shake his hand. So he just shook his hand. He said he never talked to Tom Benson again after that.
Oh, that's great. Well, Glenn, my heart goes out to you, and this is just a fantastic Louisiana story. And, for me, and I'm watching this, and again, the research, you just got a lot of free advertising, even in the Super Bowl, because he loved your product so much.
Right, it's unbelievable. And during some of the Super Bowls, there's some video clips out there, people holding up signs in the audience and watching the game. John Madden, where's the turducken? I mean, the people were listening. And I said that in a documentary. When John Madden speaks, people listen. They really do. I mean, he was very well liked.
Well, I appreciate your time today, Glenn. We can wrap it up right here. But what a great product and what a fantastic story on John's life. And you really seem to have been a big part of bringing him a lot of joy.
Well, he helped Louisiana out a lot, not just me, everybody that does, food, us and food. And he hit the nail on the head, helped our state out a lot, and all the businesses in the turducken industry, tremendous.
Glenn Mistich, owner of the Gourmet Butcher Block and home of the All Madden Turducken.
This stuff is looking good and smelling good and tasting good. We got to dig in and start eating now.
Thanks for listening to episode 15 today of Only in Louisiana. You can now find all of the episodes online at onlyinlouisiana.com and however you listen to podcasts. And thank you for subscribing as a part of the Guarantee Podcast Network, which is powered by PreSonus. And again, online at onlyinlouisiana.com.
Because only in Louisiana.
At the 2022 New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival. And Buddy Guy was born July 30th, 1936 in Lettsworth, Louisiana. He even worked at LSU Facility Services Department before leaving to pursue a music career. He got on a train in 1975 in New Orleans and traveled to Chicago to play the blues. And the way that all began is quite a story, and we're going to hear it from Buddy Guy himself. But first, I wanted to really get a feel for how the folks of Point Capee Parish feel about, living in the place where Buddy Guy was born. And, as you will hear throughout this episode, Buddy is a very proud Louisianian. And he even says some pretty amazing things about the highlights of his life and career and how many of those end up right back here in the Bayou State. So what I decided to do is find one of the first, it was a bar room at the time, places that he ever performed. And it was actually in Ennis, Louisiana, which is about 8 miles from Lettsworth. And it is still a venue that is alive to this day. It's called the Rock House, and its current owner is Miss Janine Lemoyne. Now, Miss Janine, I love a good hidden gem, especially in Louisiana, obviously. And you seem to have one of those in the Rock House. And, we'll talk about, the Buddy Guy aspect of it. But tell us a little bit about your event venue there and, how you came to own it today.
Well, it's actually been in my family. My maiden name was Prepara. My grandfather built the Rock House and the old store that was next to the store that we ran in 1944. And he had 4 sons and 5 daughters, 2 of which were in the military. And when they came back home, my dad and my uncle ran the store, and my other uncle, Tony, and his brother Vince ran the Rock House. And there were many, many big card games there that would last like the whole weekend. They'd start on a Friday and wouldn't stop until Sunday. There was actually a baseball team called the Rock House Braves. And behind the Rock House, they had big ball games on Sundays. So it was really rocking back in the day. So later on, after my grandfather died, my dad bought the Rock House from the estate, and he had a guy, Eddie Hartford, ran it for him. It was a black bar room. Then it kind of started going down, and Eddie's health was kind of failing. And my dad passed away, so I was kind of like, gosh, I can't let this place go down. It's got, so many stories behind it. So I decided to make it into an event venue. Back in the day when my uncle ran it, Mr. Buddy Guy he played there, and also Joe Simon as well. Joe Simon was from Simsport, which is only like 10 minutes away. And he used to play there as well.
I know that as a little girl, I saw a quote where you said you used to peek through a hole and watch the ladies of Point Capee dance.
I did. My uncle's office was right, where you could look, into the bar room. And I would leave the store, when I was little, and I'd run over and visit my uncle, and I'd try to look through the door, and he'd say, "Now get away from there." But I would, I'd always manage to I just love watching them dance.
And I'm sure that there were no shortage of events that took place during those weekend-long poker games.
Like I said, there were some really big high-stake games that went on.
I mean, what do you know about Buddy Guy gracing the stage there? I mean, I believe that he credits that from where he got his start.
He was born at Lettsworth, which is probably about 8 miles from here, on the Levee Road. I know I've heard him say that he got the screen off of his front porch door, and that's how he made his first guitar or something, and how he used to catfish over the levee. Just, developed a really great love for music. From what I remember, it seems like my dad said there were several people, maybe in his family, that were, that would play music. My dad knew them, back in the day. Like I said, he never forgot. Yeah, he is such a fine man. I mean, he's just amazing. We had a grocery store that's right next to the Rock House, and for years he would stop in the week before Christmas, and he would sometimes call me in advance and tell me to order hams and turkeys. He'd pass them out. Sometimes he would give out alcohol. He'd say, "Whoever's in here, get what y'all want to drink." Or he'd say, "I want to pay for this lady's groceries." I mean, just, such a generous and kind man. He'd come to the store, and then he'd walk over to the Rock House, and whoever was in there, he'd buy him drinks as well when he'd come for Christmas. When they did the dedication to his sign where his house was, by Davis Paducia's house at Lettsworth, he, gave like a brief talk of how he's been all over the world, but that there's no place like home. I tell you, he choked up. I was choked up. It was just beautiful, how he talked about it being all over.
I interviewed him ahead of that, and the same humility that you're talking about was evident. The 2018 Mississippi Blues Trail Marker dedication in Lettsworth in his honor. And did that get stolen? Did I see that somewhere?
Well, it was something. I tell you, I never got the straight story of it. I was so hurt. I was angry. I was hurt. I just can't imagine why somebody would want to do something that ridiculous. But, I mean, people do crazy things. I know they found it. I don't know exactly. Somebody just took it, and what they did, But I understand they found it.
Yeah.
You know, and there is one back by the tracks right up here at Letchworth. There's one there, and then there's a marker by David Fiducia's house, and then there was a sign, Buddy Guy Way, you know, for the naming the street, Buddy Guy Way. Just a wonderful man, and his brother, Mr. Sam, just the nicest man. Sometimes he called me twice a week, you know, hey baby, how you doing? You know, just real, you know, just nice people. And we talk a few minutes and then we hang up, but his brother's just as sweet.
Well, what does it mean to you and Ennis and Point Capee Parish that somebody as world-renowned, legendary as Buddy Guy started there at the Rock House and is from that area?
Baby, I'm not. It overwhelms me. I'll tell you. Just again because of his humility, how he never forgot his home people. You know, it really chokes me up. I get really emotional. And the thought of him coming back and playing at the Rock House, I mean, you know, it was supposed to be May 9th, but they did have a problem, I think, with Jazz Fest and getting the gear. But they did tell me he wants to come back and play. So I'm just, like I said, it overwhelms me. I really get emotional with it.
That would be something if he came back and played the Rock House right now, wouldn't it?
Oh, my God. I just, like I said, I'm looking forward to it. I know he will. I know he said he wanted to. And I'm just waiting patiently and just can't wait. And like I said, just his brother had given me his number to call him. He said, he's going to come do it, baby. You need to just give him a call. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm going to call Buddy Guy, really? I mean, I want to bother this man, you know. Well, you know, he's like, no, baby, you got to call him. So I called, and I was so nervous. And he answered, and I'm telling you, after the first few words, we probably talked 30, 40 minutes, you know, just about life, basically. You know, he's so wise, wonderful man.
So tell us about the Rock House right now. I know that it was quite a big decision for you to keep it running and turning it into an event venue. You know, tell us about it today.
Yes, it was. I sold the grocery store that was my family business, probably it's 3 years ago. Again, that's what made it more meaningful to me. I said, I can't let this place go. This is my roots. You know, I sold my business, but I have to do something. So I prayed about it a lot, and I'm like asking my dad, you got to lead me right. You know, help me here. And I you know, just woke up one morning and I'm like, no, this is what I'm supposed to do. So I did. And just when I finished it, COVID hit.
Right.
And I was like kind of doubting my decision. Okay, what did I do? But it was really strange because every time I would like pray or worry or whatever, I would find pennies. And I just felt they were from my dad. And my sons as well. I have 3 sons, and the same thing with them. They find pennies. And we kind of made it like an inside joke. Hey, you know, Papa's sending pennies, or, yeah, this is the right decision, or whatever. So every penny that I found during that time is actually on top of the bar under epoxy. Because I just really felt that was my dad telling me, yes, this is the right thing to do. Because it was really, I'd find them in strange places. I mean, places that I had just swept and cleaned and mopped, or I would be, oh my goodness, I have a problem with a carpenter. And I'm like, oh God, am I doing the right thing? I'm tired. You know, and I'd walk outside and there in the parking lot would be a penny. It was just the strangest thing. So, you know, I could definitely believe that was a sign, you know, for me to do it.
I have a good, wise friend who calls those God winks.
Yes. And I know, you know, some people tell me they get feathers or different things, you know, but with Dad, it's pennies. And, you know, it's really strange. My youngest son, he's a travel nurse, and he was always the doubting Thomas, I called him. said, y'all so crazy. I can't believe y'all believe that. So he told me one day, he said, Mama, he called me. He said, I'm a believer. I said, what do you mean? He said, I put Pawpaw to the test. I said, Pawpaw, if it's really you, I want to find a bright, shiny penny heads up. Well, he went to work. I think he was in Pittsburgh at the time, and they sent him to a different part of the facility than he had been working, and he ended up going in this patient's room. The patient asked him to get something out the bathroom. He said, Mom, there on the lavatory was a bright, shiny penny heads up. He said, I was astounded. He said, I really got emotional. He said, it was like, okay, Papa, I believe it now, I believe it's you. But yeah, it's just strange.
Well, I understand when it comes to, putting it together and turning it into an event venue. You kept a lot of the old history true to it. Tell us about the inside.
Everything that I used to refurbish the Rock House was basically, I call my roots. Some of it came, my grandmother years ago in the 20s when they lived here, she had an old wash shed that I tore down, and I used that lumber and rusted tin. My dad had a couple of old barns that we tore down. I used that lumber, and some rusted tin from it to refurbish, all of the inside. It's cypress, oak, rusted tin. I found some old signs from my grandpa when he ran the store. My grandfather ran a store at Bachelor in the 20s. I found a sign from that. I found an old gable on my dad's barn that I used to put over the bandstand. I found several old doors and some shutters. And, in my dad's barn, like on the top, just no telling how long they had been there. And I made one wall of just doors, in the Rock House. So like I said, everything in there is basically my roots.
Do you have events booked right now? Where can we find out more if we want to check it out?
I have a Facebook page, and I do have, like I said, COVID had really shut things down, but starting last month through the end of this year and even the beginning of next year, I have bookings. I know May is booked every weekend. June, I think 3 weekends plus one during the week. July, it's starting to really, really pick up. Of course, the more people that come in and see it, they really, really like it and want to rent it for something that they have coming up, whether it be a reunion. I've had wedding receptions, engagement parties, showers. I've had repasts, just different, all kind of different things. I'm actually in the process of building an old rustic chapel right behind the Rock House. And that is with some of the lumber that I have from the old store that we tore down. And I'm going to make, put like a really nice fence in the back where if people want to get married, they can just get married there and then have the reception.
Pretty cool to say I had my wedding reception where Buddy Guy used to play.
Yeah.
and
yes,
Joe Simon.
Definitely. Yes, I'm sure if those walls could talk. I know I did mortar over a few gunshot holes. They did have a couple of, I think they had one person that got killed and maybe one that got shot there. Back in the day, I'd say that was in the 40s.
Miss Janine, is there anything else that you would like to add, just on Buddy Guy? And I certainly do hope he gets to come play with you. He can get it together enough of time after Jazz Fest.
I'm thinking he will. I mean, he definitely wants to. I mean, he told me he wanted to come back. And my God, like I said, I get so overwhelmed and excited and like I said, because not just because he's world renowned and who he is, just because of the person that he really is. I would love to just sit down and talk with him, even more about life because he's so wise.
And he loves his Louisiana and he loves his roots and he sings about it.
He does. He does. One of my favorite songs he does is Skin Deep. That song really touches me.
Now it's time to talk to the guy himself. So I pulled this out of some of my old radio archives, and this isn't that old. I actually interviewed Buddy Guy on my radio station, Eagle 98.1, in 2018. He was in town because, as declared officially by the Louisiana legislature, he was getting a highway dedicated to him. It's LA Highway 415, but it's now called Buddy Guy Way. And that happened in December of 2018. And so since he was in town, he was making the interview rounds and even went out to LSU. And I believe they presented him with a purple and gold guitar. And anyway, you can see the Buddy Guy Louisiana historical marker, which me and Miss Janine just mentioned had been stolen, but is now back. It's on LA Highway 1 at the Lettsworth Railroad crossing sign. And it was placed there because Buddy Guy's 2018 album cover photo was taken by that railroad track. So here's how it sounded when I talked to Buddy about this back in December of 2018.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Buddy Guy on the line with us. Buddy, thanks for joining us here on Eagle.
Well, thanks for having me.
So you are in town for a very special reason. You're back home, and a lot of people may not know that you're from right here in good old Louisiana, in Lettsworth to be exact, right?
That's right. Up on a farm up there, and didn't know what running water was until I was about 16, 17 years old.
So what are you in town for? What's taking place on Saturday?
Well, these great people have did a lot of hard work, and finally up there where I was born at naming a part of a little highway for me that passed by the cemetery with my parents, grandparents, all those people, and I'm overjoyed about it because most people get things like that happen after they go on, and when they start mentioning it, I said, well, my mother used to tell me before she passed away, she said, son, if you got flowers for me, give them to me where I can smell them. Now, when I'm gone, so it's not going to smell them. So I told him, I say, at least give it to me so I can take a peek at it, while I'm there, because I'm 82 now, and I'm overjoyed.
That's awesome. So, yeah, you were born in Lettsworth in Point Capee Parish. They are designating Lettsworth on Saturday as a historical marker. They're renaming Highway 418 to Buddy Guy Way, and it's going to be presented by the governor and lieutenant governor. So definitely a huge honor indeed. I'm just grinning from ear to ear for you as a Louisiana girl myself. I guess what I want to ask you is how did it all begin from Lettsworth, Louisiana to blues legend?
Well, I was born out there on a farm, what they call a plantation, sharecroppers, and every time I think about it, I used to look up, I dream now and sit down and think, that's a long ways to go. And back then when I taught myself how to play the guitar, it wasn't all, you couldn't see this far away, as to say, maybe one day, man, you could play well enough for somebody to recognize you and come back here to Lettsworth, Louisiana, and a highway be named after you. I still be pinching myself trying to say, is this really true, Because some of the people that saw me mess around trying to learn how to play the guitar, it was just something someone was doing, which a lot of people, young people, play it now. But when I was coming up, I'm 82 years old, and when I was coming up, you didn't find guitar players. It was like a sore thumb. You find one, they had one guy, my dad let me go get him on Christmas, and I wouldn't see him no more until Christmas. And I just fell in love with it. The kids would be playing with the little homemade, handmade toys. We couldn't afford the toys, so there wasn't no such thing as Toys R Us in places like that, little wagons and stuff. All I wanted to do here is something like a rubber band up to my ears or something like that. And I was fortunate enough to be able to learn how to play like some of the great blues players. I finally got a chance to hear after my dad got twisted around 16 or 17 years old. And I started listening to the Lightning Hopkins, the Arthur Crudup, and which was Elvis Presley's first big hit, some Arthur Crudup stuff. And I just fell in love with it.
Well, how did you make your first guitar?
Well, I used to take my mama's script box when my mama finally got a piece of screen where we could open the window. Of course, we didn't have no fans and stuff like that. And when you put a little piece of screen over one of those little wooden house windows, you can leave the window open at night. Because in Louisiana, I know they still got a mosquito. You could lift you out the room almost. So I would strip all that screen wire that window, try to make a guitar string.
That's incredible. We're chatting with Buddy Guy. He's in town in home currently because he is being honored on Saturday in Pointe-Coupee Parish in his hometown of Lettsworth, where December 8th is going to be proclaimed Buddy Guy Day. Buddy, how would you say Louisiana has influenced you musically?
Well, as I say, that's why I first heard anything about it, because it was more of a gospel back then than it is a blues. The churches didn't have instruments. It was all voices back in those days. And then up come the Les Paul and Leo Fender, who amplified the guitar where you could hear it much better than I got a chance to. I think T-Bone Walker, then B.B. King came up, and that was the end of saying you can't hear the guitar no more. It had exploded with the electronics, and you could hear it. And another great blues musician was from not too far from where I was born in Marksville, Louisiana, Little Walter, who's taken a harmonica from 5 and 10 cents to the price of a harmonica today. So I'm going to mention that to the governor, too, because her daughter talked to me about the same thing about 3 months ago in Chicago.
Now, you were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2005, and Clapton, Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, they're just a few of the guitar legends who cite you as an influence. Who would you say, who was your influence?
B.B. King, but I heard Lightning Hopkins and Al Kutup and Lana Johnson before B.B. King, but B.B. started that modern style guitar, what we call bending the strings, and after he came up, my most familiar thing was with him when he made 3 o'clock in the morning. I forget what that was. I hear him on satellite now. I think it was in the 40s, late 40s, and I heard him. I said, well, Jesus Christ, I didn't even think that was a guitar sounding like that. That's just how full Lettsworth is out in the country, I'm like saying, Jesus Christ, man, I was so far in the country, you could milk a cow, and I could tell you how much the butter was a pound.
So 7 Grammys later, I mean, I know that your career has certainly been quite a ride, but not necessarily always easy. What would you say is one of the biggest challenges that you had to overcome 18 albums later?
If I'm pronounced answered you right, shyness, or still shy, because you got so many great musicians throughout the world that I've met, and I've heard them play, and I've started to learn. I play by ear. I don't read music. And to hear them play, and to hear myself play it, I'm saying, how come I got Grammys and Kennedy's Award, and I played in the White House and places like that. And I'm wondering why everybody couldn't be the same way, but it doesn't work that way. I don't know if that old saying, I heard the rich get richer, the sick get sicker, but as few of us come through that door, and a few of us don't.
Yeah, that was kind of going to be my next question, too. I mean, you were able to play, it seems, you play by ear, you're self-taught. It seems like you can hear any kind of music, you adapt with just about every genre that there is. How do you do that?
Well, you listen to it. I even listen to a voice and go back and try to play what I heard the voices. And I tell a lot of people, a lot of the super rock guys who was more famous than me, looked at me and said, man, the way you talk, you can write songs. Because I put mine like, hey, I was looking for a dime, but I found a quarter.
Well, you played with countless musicians. Is there any in particular show or experience that stands out to you as particularly epic?
Yes, when I was in Chicago, I think I was 22 years old when I looked off the stage. They had saw me play kind of wild, like one of the great guitar players from, I think he's from Mississippi, but He made a name for himself in New Orleans, Guitar Slam. And he was wild walking with 100 feet wide. Now we got wireless chords for your guitar. And I saw him play, and I was doing that in Chicago. And B.B. King had never been to Chicago when I got there in 1957. And I think that was 1958. I was on the stage in a little blues club in Chicago. It was famous, called 708 Club, 708 East 47th Street. And I looked out and I saw B.B. King, and I started shaking. So I said, let's play the guitar. And I took a break, and I was trying to avoid him, and he said, come here. And I said, okay. And I went over and said, I think you might be the only one can take my place. And I held that, and I got that inside of me compared to what's going to happen to me here with the highway and playing blues in the White House.
Buddy Guy with us on the line. So your 18th album, The Blues is Alive and Well, was released in June. It's available virtually anywhere you download music these days. Can you tell us a little bit about this latest album?
Yeah, well, if you look at even when I was here in Baton Rouge for a few years working at LSU before I went to Chicago, which was September the 25th, 1957, and I was the blues clubs. They come up with the law. They used to didn't have the law with the DUI, the smoking, and so on, and all of that's gone. In Chicago, Washington, California, I could name all these big cities that have small blues clubs that blues players playing. All of them closed and gone. Now it's Canada. And I just thought to myself, and you don't hardly hear blues on your big FM stations anymore. Before the FM stations came out, the AM station would play you a blues record, a jazz record, and a gospel record. And that was good listening as far as I'm concerned, because you didn't know what what's going to be played next. Now, if you turn on one of the big radio stations, I think you hear the same super record all day long. You never hear Muddy Waters or Little Walter or Howlin' Wolf or B.B. King, and even some of the super blues guitar players, which they call rock. Now, when I left here, there wasn't no such thing as rock music or all the different types of music got now. When I left here 61 years ago, everything was R&B.
So The Blues is Alive and Well. We're going to play a track off of this now. Buddy Guy, thank you very much for joining us today. December 8th going to be proclaimed Buddy Guy Day, and also Highway 418 renamed to Buddy Guy Way, and Lettsworth designated as a historical marker. I think that is incredible. And once again, Buddy, is there anything else that you would like to add? Or you mentioned working at LSU before. Is there anything you'd like to say to your homies here in Southeast Louisiana?
I want to thank the people of Louisiana, the governor, and whoever had a part of making this happen for me before I leave here. And one of the thrills of my life, like I said earlier, I've played 3 or 4 times in the White House, and I've played for dignitaries around the world in different countries, and this is the highlight of my life. This is compared to me sitting in the White House playing and getting the street a highway named after me by the state of Louisiana. I can't give enough thanks to Louisiana for that, because most people who do get a little famous is a shame of what it came from, and that's what people was talking to me about. I said, man, I want to tell the truth. That's why I couldn't be a politician. I said I wanted to come from exactly where I come from, and I went out there and I asked for that. I said, well, you wanted it out there. I'm going to show you where I want this highway name, if they can do that. And they looked at me, and I thought it would be just a little short piece, like a block or so, which they gave me a block in Chicago where my club at. And they said, no, we're going to give you this whole little route by the cemetery where your parents and grandparents people are buried at. And I just couldn't keep from crying behind that.
And one more thing, too. I noticed that you have got quite a tour lined up for 2019.
Oh, I don't want to think about it, because my manager looked at me and asked me, he said, now, you have to stop me because you are being demanded pretty heavy for next year. And I said, well, it's from that area with the Muddies, the BBs, the Lightning Hopkins, and Jimmy Reed, and all those great blues players. You had another one here named Lightning Slam, which the first time I ever saw electric guitar. He came out there on this highway. He said the name after me and sat out on the porch with electric guitar, and I thought it was a joke. And he moved to Michigan, and he's buried in Dearborn, Michigan now. I went to see his grave not too long ago. And all those great people that I saw, I owe them a lot. And just to say, I'm going out there. I wish I could put everybody's name on that I went besides mine.
All right, Buddy Guy. Well, we appreciate you joining us today and very happy for you. And I hope you have a wonderful time on Saturday.
And thank you very much. And I heard you say you finna play I'm Alive and Well, because a lot of stations don't play that no more. I got children. And most places in Chicago, I don't know if it still go that way here, you have to be 21. My kids didn't know who I was as a musician until they turned 21. And when they came in and saw me play, all of them cried. Say, Dad, I didn't know you could do that. And you can take a kid and to the army to kill or be killed, but he come home 20 and still can't drink a beer and listen to a blues or a jazz guy play music. I don't understand that. So maybe one day they'll think about that and say, if I can make a man out of you at 18 enough to fight, I think you man enough to go listen to Buddy Guy and play the guitar.
Well, I was raised right. I knew who Buddy Guy was.
Well, I can't thank you enough. And whenever I'm around with someone, just let me know. I would love to have you come and see me play.
An accomplished Louisiana music legend, humble, wise, and just a really nice guy with a lot of passion for Louisiana. You can stay up to date with the latest episodes of the Only in Louisiana podcast online at onlylouisiana.com and subscribe however you listen to podcasts simply by searching for Only in Louisiana.
Oh, wait. Actually, can I ask you one question? I almost forgot about this.
Sure.
Do you mind saying, give me a radio liner? Hi, this is Buddy Guy, and you're listening to Michelle Southern on Eagle 98.1.
Wow, it's hard for me to remember it like that.
Do you mind if I just say it word by word or line by line?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Buddy Guy.
Okay. Hi, this is Buddy Guy.
And you're listening to Michelle Southern.
And you are listening to Michelle Southern
on Eagle 98.1.
On Eagle 98.1. Don't move that dial, because she is the one.
Perfect. Thank you for doing that.
All right.
You made my day.
Because only in Louisiana. This is the Only in Louisiana podcast with Michelle Southern.
There is no shortage of incredible, did this really happen stories to come out of our great state, which really is what this podcast is all about. And the story you are about to hear was dug up by Lamar White Jr. Lamar's website, BayouBrief.com, describes him as a writer of the people, the politics, and the magic of Louisiana. Hailing from central Louisiana, Lamar's story initially caught my eye because it begins noting how many public figures in our state's history have had their Wikipedia pages completely deleted. And in 2022, something like that might as well wipe any historical figure off the grid forever, right? I didn't even know it was a thing to have a Wikipedia page deleted. I can see why something like that would infuriate a Sin-Law writer like Lamar. So I caught up with him to tell us about an 80s era Alexandria, Louisiana mayor, John K., a.k.a. Tilly Snyder, and specifically the Great catfish massacre of 1985.
Tilly Snyder, colorful figure, Central Louisiana. And the reason that I thought this would be an interesting story, first of all, is because his Wikipedia entry was deleted. And this upset me as someone who's considers himself to be, a fan of Louisiana history and a politics junkie. There was a guy in Central Louisiana who wrote a series of Wikipedia entries for notable figures in Sin-Law, and he was caught plagiarizing on Wikipedia. So they banned him, and then they took down a bunch of entries, including Tilly Snyder. His real name is John Kenneth Snyder, but he went by the nickname Tilly after Tiddlywinks, the childhood, children's game. But among many other stories about him, and they are legion. There's stories about him confiscating a police car, appropriating a police car for his own use. About him taking the door off of the men's room because he believed that his staff was spying on him, and other stories involving him kind of having a nervous breakdown and rummaging through garbage bins in the back of, I think, the city police department, ranting about Russian spies. But he's probably best known and most remembered for what he decided to do with the Alexandria City swimming pool. He had this really delusions of grandeur about his this vision that he had for the future of Alexandria's economy. He thought that that he had the keys to the city's success, and it was investing in the catfish farming business. This was in the early to mid 80s, 1985 specifically. The city had a swimming pool near the zoo, which is on Masonic Drive in the middle of Alexandria. And the zoo is a fantastic destination, and it's accredited by the AVA, and really a great, if you haven't been to the Alexandria Zoo, it's totally recommended. The swimming pool is still, you can actually still see the outline of the pool if you go on Google Maps and look for the Alexandria Zoo on Google Maps. You can find it.
That was going to be one of the questions that I asked. Though this was an actual public pool where people had once attended to swim in for recreation. That's the kind of pool that it was?
Correct. And I think what happened is that there were some deferred maintenance issues. And depending on who you believed at the time, the estimates for repair ranged anywhere from like $5,000 to $500,000. So
that's a pretty wide margin there.
Pretty significant, yeah. And I think really what needed to be done, honestly, I think they just needed to repaint it. But this was, this is still the Deep South, and in the 1980s, and Alexandria is like many places in the South, has some challenges with race relations. The swimming pool was seen by a lot of people in the white community as something that was an unnecessary expense. It was primarily used by kids from the inner city. That's where it was situated. At any rate, Tilly Snyder thought that he could, I guess, broker a deal to make both sides happy and the city money at the same time. So he issued some sort of request for proposals for a piece of land that the city had out by the port, which is on the Red River. He wanted the city of Alexandria to partner with a catfish farming business, and that this would make, we would share revenue from this new business. The city would be, I guess it was a group out of Washita Parish he would be partnering with. Mm-hmm. And he figured that he needed a workforce training initiative to teach people about how to catfish farm. So the folks up in Washita Parish that he was partnering with offered to donate 1,000 pounds of live catfish to stock the city swimming pool.
Put catfish in the public pool.
Yes. As opposed to repairing the pool, painting it or anything like that, they were just going to fill it up with with water from the city water supply. I think they had fire trucks out there pumping water in for like 3 or 4 days. And then they would stock it with the catfish, and it was to be free for children under the age of 13. But he saw it as an educational experience. This would be a way to teach people how to farm catfish. It was as you may imagine, it was a disaster from the very beginning.
Right. It doesn't sound like anything good can come from this, just as an average person looking in or hearing it like that.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those feel good projects about reclaiming, reinvesting and improving infrastructure and, reinventing an old asset into something new. This was kind of a junky pool. It was kind of trashed already, and it didn't improve the actual facilities. What he did actually didn't enhance the facility at all.
Yeah.
But so I guess the announcement was set, I think, sometime in March of '85, and they had put, I guess, the first maybe 500 pounds of catfish in the pool. Unfortunately, Mayor Snyder forgot about the fans that operated, the fans that, the pumping equipment and the fans for the pool that were still in operation. He thought that he could improve them, I think. There's something like that. He thought that he was going to install a new system for the catfish pond.
Well,
right?
Isn't that what pumps oxygen into the water?
Right.
Okay.
So the zoo director at the time, a guy named Les Witt, who's sort of a legend in Alexandria, a young Les Witt, was alarmed by this and warned Mayor Snyder that he believed that there was too much oxygen in the water already, and that it would be pretty dangerous to stock it with fish, that the fish would all die. Snyder, I guess, dismissed those concerns and purchased some new equipment that was installed, but they forgot to install the cover for the fan blades. You can imagine, it was just exposed to the pool.
Right.
So when they dumped the catfish in, the catfish, and this was actually recorded on live television, I'm told. Les Witt did an interview with KLB on the day that the catfish pond was to open, and he's standing in front of the camera and he's trying to block out the swimming pool because literally catfish are being slaughtered by this fan.
As they are being dumped into the pool.
Yeah, as they were being dumped into the pool, it took, I think by the end of the first day, half of the catfish were killed.
Oh my gosh.
And I really don't know how many total were there. It was 1,000 pounds. But at the very end, when they finally decided after 2 days of this, that this was not going to work out, I think that there were only 35 or 36 catfish left, which they then just dumped into Bayou Henson. But as you can imagine, this gave Mayor Snyder a lot of sort of unwanted publicity and was covered in national publications, and Alexandria became the punchline of several jokes that year. And like I said, most people remember Mayor Snyder for the catfish pond incident. I think it may have even made the Washington Post at the time.
The Great Catfish Massacre of 1985. I love how you describe it there.
Yeah, he was an interesting character, Snyder. He was really, aside from this sort of erratic and bizarre decision to invest in the catfish farming business, which the city, by the way, did not end up doing. Make that clear. With their workforce training initiative in shambles and, having massacred all of the catfish that they were supposed to have for educational purposes, there was no appetite for the catfish farming business anymore. At this point in his career, he was advancing in age, and he was already very known to be very erratic, and did not get along that well with the city's sort of blue blood establishment. But I don't want to make fun of him completely because he did some good things for the city of Alexandria. And even though I'm sure he was like many people at the time, many white people, he was definitely a racist. He actually did some things to improve race relations in the city. I think his intention for the catfish pond was actually, his heart was in the right place,
Yeah, but
we no longer have a city swimming pool.
Yeah. Well, what happened to the pool?
Today, the zoo took over that land. So the zoo eventually wants to expand their footprint. I don't know if it's still on the books, but and open up like an African exhibit at the zoo. So that's where it would be, where that land is. And if you, like I said, if you look it up on Google Maps, Alexandria Zoological Park on Masonic Drive in Alexandria, Louisiana, you can still see the outline of a swimming pool in the, I think, probably the back left.
And one of the interesting things about this, Lamar, when I was doing some research on it, really, it kind of stopped and ended with you, because there's not a lot of information, period, on Tilly Snyder anywhere to be found.
Right. I mean, this is what really, like I said, again, this is what frustrated me about Wikipedia's decision to delete all of these entries for people in central Louisiana. That one person basically had written, probably 90% of this content. I don't even think he plagiarized anything with respect to Mayor Snyder, but no one objected to the removal of this entry, and so it went away. And unfortunately, like you said, it's just difficult to find information on him. What I did is I actually just scoured newspapers.com. The Town Talk is, the entire archive of the Town Talk are online, dating back to like 1868 or something like that.
Awesome.
So those are really good resources. And also, I talked to people that remember that were there in Boston city government and remember it well at the time and got the real story. It was definitely that they were chopped to pieces by the fans, but there are stories that that other people have told that the catfish were essentially put in the wrong kind of water and suffocated or choked or something like that. From what I've gathered, that is not true. It was the fan that killed them. It looked like, but Les Witt, the zoo director, who unwittingly had found himself in front of the camera while this massacre was going on, compared it to a scene in Jaws.
That it looked like they were chumming for sharks.
That's it.
I that stuck out in my mind when I was reading your article, because that is the scene in Jaws is exactly what I pictured. So
yeah, and it's on camera. I thought, so, if anyone from KALB wants to search their archives for, I think it was March of 1985. I think I have the date somewhere in this article. It should be there. This is something, by the way, that Les Witt, who has since passed away, never spoke about on the record. He was very protective of the zoo, and he was a real champion of Alexandria. So he never went out and told people publicly what really went down with the catfish pond. But I was able to get on pretty good authority the truth about this. So.
And then he went missing. What's the story there?
Well, yeah. So there's like several things about him, right? He, I think, was in a fight with. The thing you need to know about this guy, first of all, is that he modeled his political career, his whole persona, after Earl K. Long. Earl K. Long was his hero. Of course, Earl K. Long actually died in Alexandria. He died at Baptist Hospital, which is now Rapides Regional Medical Center, after suffering a heart attack only a couple of days following his victory in the Democratic primary for the 8th Congressional District. So he was actually Congressman-elect Earl Long when he died. At any rate, this was Tilly Snyder's hero, his mentor. This is the guy that a lot of people compared him to. He compared himself to. And sort of like Uncle Earl, Tilly Snyder was very creative with the way he went about attacking his opponents.
That's a very
had developed,
diplomatic way of putting it.
Well, he had a radio program that basically he was on KSYL Talk Radio a lot at the time. He got sued multiple times for defamation. One of the cases actually went all the way up to the Louisiana State Supreme Court, and Mayor Snyder won that case. But these suits, by the way, people suing him were like half of the city's business community. The publisher of the Town Talk was in this lawsuit. Several prominent Alexandria citizens filed suit against him, and they all lost. But he was pretty vicious, known to be very vicious with the way he attacked his opponents. Sometimes it worked in his favor, sometimes it didn't. But the reason that he went missing, from what I gather, is that he was in some sort of fight with the city council over the budget. And I guess decided that if they couldn't find him, he could somehow delay the inevitable, you know?
So he just didn't come to
He
work.
also lived in Pineville, by the way, which, like, not many people talked about at the time, but he really legally wasn't even supposed to be able to run for mayor.
Because you have to live in Alexandria.
Right. He lived in Pineville across the Red River. I guess people didn't really mind that much back then. You know, I worked in that building in City Hall in Alexandria. It's the new City Hall, what they call it. And I know the story about the men's room, right? I think that is a true story. The mayor's office has its own private bathroom next to it. And I do believe that he actually did remove the door because he believed his chief of staff was spying on him. I think that is true.
Wow.
As to the stories about him like wandering around mumbling about Russian spies, I'm not sure that's the case. I don't know.
I think another thing that you said that I love how you pointed out versus Tilly Snyder and Earl Long is that Earl Long kind of had this great attack method when he would campaign too, but it usually was sharp and funny. But Tilly Snyder just wasn't hitting the mark.
Yeah, you know, that's so true. And Huey P. Long also was sort of a master at nicknaming his opponents, and they were always funny names like Turkey Head Walmsley, the mayor of New Orleans at the time. Just playful stuff. I mean, Huey could also be pretty vicious, but so were his opponents, you know. But there was always humor about the way that the Long brothers went after people. Tilly Snyder wasn't funny. It was just plain old mean, you know. It's a lesson to be learned there. You know, at the end of his life, I think that he had, you know, you see comments from people that worked with him and that opposed him that were still thankful for his contributions to the city. He had, you know, expanded the city's footprint quite a bit and brought African Americans into leadership positions, which, you know, is a pretty big deal. But yeah, I think he'll forever be remembered for his quirky, zany, sort of autocratic, weird decisions that he made. Incidentally, he ran the first time he won the Alexandria mayor's race. He had campaigned for 4 different offices in the 4 years. So he was constantly campaigning. Ran for sheriff of Rapides Parish, ran for Congress. He ran for various other jobs other than the mayor. And his narrow victory, though, he actually he served, I think, 2 terms, but they were not consecutive. So he came back.
Well, the song, I need to find this. What is John's song?
Jay Chevalier, he has a song called The Ballad of Earl K. Long. Jay Chevalier, I think that I'm saying his name right. He's a pretty famous Central Louisiana musician. I'm kind of embarrassed that I don't know how to pronounce the last name. But yeah, Tilly Snyder took an ad out in the Town Talk and offered a $250 reward for any local singer who can put together the best John K. Snyder campaign theme song. So Chevalier, who had already was pretty well known for his Ballad of Earl K. Long song, I guess won the competition. And for some reason, my late father had the record. So now I have the John K. Snyder. I have not listened to it. It's got to be online somewhere. It's called John's Song. I think that he had done the same sort of gimmick years earlier and no one responded. But this was the time he tried to stage a comeback and run for sheriff. It didn't work, by the way. The song was not a chart topper.
It was not a chart topper.
No.
And he was committed to involuntarily committed, I understand.
That's just like Uncle Earl.
Yeah.
He, you know, Earl Long's biographers, I think make a really good argument that he probably had bipolar disorder. I mean, it's almost certain that he had bipolar disorder, Earl Long, that is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Tilly Snyder's, if he ever was diagnosed with anything, but I know people that knew him thought he was often kind of delusional, and may have sort of lost his mind at the end there.
Yeah.
it's sort of sad, but
Yeah.
it's also kind of hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, the king catfish, that's another, I love that you worded it that way.
Yeah.
It's clear that he was one of Louisiana's many politicians that made waves, and it's just
that's right.
A shame that the Wikipedia page was deleted. I didn't.
Yeah, his and several other, like I said, historical figures, political figures from Central Louisiana. I can't really think about the whole list, but I know that like State Senator Joe McPherson's now no longer online. His entry's gone. I want to say maybe Charlie DeWitt is gone. Some pretty important people, historically speaking, in the late 20th century have been all struck from Wikipedia. So if somebody has the time and inclination, I'd be more than willing to help, but restore these entries, there's just a lot of work involved.
Yeah.
I guess the lesson here, too, is like, be mindful of when a Wikipedia page says this is scheduled for deletion. I guess we should be mindful of that in Louisiana, that you have to object. No one objects that it gets taken offline.
I know that if anybody can pull up a good Central Louisiana story, like, it would be you, and to keep these stories like this alive.
It's just funny. I've been told the story. I was born in '82. So I was around when this happened, but obviously not old enough to have any idea who Tilly Snyder was. But I've been told the story about the catfish pond. I mean, since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
It's a story that almost anyone in Alexandria has bound to have heard at least once in their life. But what I discovered over the course of researching this is that actually it was far more gruesome and not just embarrassing, but I mean, like, tragic than I thought it would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not realize that all those fish were chopped into pieces by the fan.
Right.
The city never put out a press release that said that.
Right. Can you imagine something like that happening? I mean, right now, the tweets that would come out about it.
I think that, so I did a little research into, like, has any other city done this?
Yeah. What are you thinking?
Right? So I actually think that this has been done in other cities. I think Dallas, Texas, transformed or at least one of the suburbs of Dallas, transformed an old public swimming pool into a pond. But it wasn't for catfish farming. It was, it was for purely aesthetic reasons, right? And I think there may have also been a town in Tennessee that did this. But, I mean, this is not considered best practice policy. So,
well, Lamar,
not recommended.
Yeah, a best practice. Well, Lamar, is there anything else that you would like to add on this?
Well, I will say one thing. One of the former mayor's opponents, and one of the people that actually sued him for defamation, was Harry V. Silver, who recently passed away at the age of 100, and had been until his resignation in, I guess, a year ago he resigned. He had been the oldest elected official in the United States of America.
Wow.
He was a city councilman in Alexandria, which he began his career when he was 83 years old. He's mentioned in my article about Tilly Snyder, and I just wanted to
throw that
book
out
in that
there.
with a note about Harry. Yeah, he was a great man.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you did. And then, do you want to talk about your current project and how people can find you and learn more about you? And if you want to read this full article, where we can find it.
It's called Tilly Snyder is Missing Again. And Tilly, I spelled it Tilly. Some people did spell it with an IE. There was nothing consistent that I could pick up on. But it says Bayou Brief. So if you just go to, I'll put it on the front page when this podcast comes out. So people, it'll be easy for people to find it. But right now, actually, I have two big projects that I've been working on for more than a year. One is a book about Carlos Marcello, New Orleans mafia boss, the reputed mafia boss in New Orleans. It's a sort of a biography about Marcello, which is, I think he's endlessly fascinating. And another one of those Louisiana legends that there's a lot of folklore about, but not a lot of facts that are known.
I will just say this, because since you mentioned the folklore, I've been to somebody's house before who claimed it was built by Carlos Marcello. There seems around New Orleans to just be a lot of stories like that, but whether or not it's true remains, anyone's guess.
Believe me, I know. I've heard just hundreds of stories about him that, at least dozens and dozens that I've been able to debunk.
Yeah.
But Carlos likes sort of the myths around him. It was part of his, that was part of his personality. He liked being famous. He liked the fact that people, he liked being notorious, frankly.
Yeah.
And the other project that I've been working on is a book about the assassination of Huey P. Long, the truth about the assassination of Huey P. Long, which in recent years, actually, it's been a topic of controversy since the very beginning. But there's been some renewed attention to the theory that Dr. Carl Weitz, did not assassinate Huey P. Long. That it, in fact, was one of Long's bodyguards who accidentally shot him. So I'll just tell you that, this is a book that basically debunks that and also sort of gets into the, sort of what is the truth about Long, how should we understand his legacy now, especially in a post-Trump America where we had this president who a lot of people compare to Huey P. Long, So I'm excited about that, but and I'm almost done with that book, so that should come out first. But yeah, you can find me on BayouBrief.com, and I'm on Twitter as Lamar White Jr.
Again, Lamar's going to put this full story on the front page of his website, so you can read all about it in all of its glory at BayouBrief.com. Thanks so much for listening to the Only in Louisiana podcast. You can find these online at onlyinlouisiana.com or search and subscribe to Only in Louisiana, however it is you listen to podcasts.
Because only in Louisiana.
Shopify's point of sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments in person? We've got you covered. How about card readers you can rely on anywhere you sell?
Thanks. Have a good one.
Yep, that too. Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales? That's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen. Shopify's point of sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments in person? We've got you covered. How about card readers you can rely on anywhere you sell?
Thanks. Have a good one.
Yep, that too. Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales? That's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen.
This is the Only in Louisiana podcast with Michelle Southern.
On the date of this episode's publishing, coming up this Saturday is the Swamp Pop Music Festival. It doesn't get much more only in Louisiana than swamp pop music, as you will hear today. Perhaps you're saying, what is swamp pop? Well, you're definitely about to find out. So Drop Biscuit Studios is under the umbrella of Guarantee Media. And Guarantee Media is comprised of 4 radio stations. I happen to do Afternoon Drive on the Rock Station, Eagle 98.1. We also have a country station, 100.7 The Tiger. And every Saturday morning, Roland Duce has, for a number of years, woken up, gone to the radio station, is there live every Saturday morning starting at 5 a.m. for Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show. And as you will hear, he keeps the integrity of some things almost completely lost on radio entirely alive and well in 2022. And he has a secret, and I think that we can all learn from what you will hear is Roland's secret to success in this episode, where we talk about and dive into the music of Louisiana.
only station that plays the swamp pop you love on Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show.
I think he's great.
100.7 The Tiger.
I like the way you walk. I like the way you talk.
All right, well, I'm going to bring in Guarantee Media's general manager now, Gordy Rush, to talk a little bit about Roland and Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show. First of all, and we'll talk to Roland afterwards. But, Gordy, the significance of swamp pop music and the impact of Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show being on the radio and on 100.7 The Tiger is huge. That I don't think a lot of people would really get it outside of Louisiana. But how big has it been for The Tiger and, for radio in general here?
I've got so many great stories, Michelle, about Roland Doucette over the years, and he truly is an institution. And to understand Roland Doucette, you had to go to his birthday party one year, and I don't remember what birthday it was, but they decided the swamp pop community threw a birthday party for him in Sorrento at the Sorrento Civic Center. And when I walked in, there was 2,000 people inside, outside. And the stories that the people would come and tell about what do they do on Saturday morning, what do they do on Sunday morning when they're listening. I'm usually working at the shop, and thank you so much for playing our music. Those sorts of stories. I laugh. I tell people, if you Roland Doucette walked into the McDonald's on Government Street, nobody would know who he is. But if he went into Sorrento, he went into Livingston Parish, he'd go down on the bayou into the river parishes. They absolutely love him. One other story. This job, obviously, you make a lot of tough decisions, and we've had great personalities come and go. Walton and Johnson. We've changed formats, and I've gotten my share of complaint calls. I've never had more complaint calls than when we moved Roland Doucette from 100.7 The Tiger to Country Legends 107.3, which was a smaller signal. I had a man call me from Abbeville, Louisiana, Michelle, Saturday morning at 7:30 to yell at me. Never, ever have I had that amount of volume of calls from just moving him from a station. Not canceling the show, but moving him to a different station.
Yeah.
So we put him back.
Yeah, obviously. It's just huge for the station in general, how many people tune in.
Absolutely. And it's what radio has always been about. It's about local. And it's the engagement that he has with those listeners that still call, not only to play songs, but to tell them how their uncle's doing. Birthday wishes. It's such a refreshing show to listen to.
The Tiger, and what you said you had a dedication
I
for?
forgot. Yeah, Wayne Roy said to tell you a happy Father's Day.
Well, and happy Father's Day to you too.
Yeah.
And Brian Henderson called, and he had a birthday on the 2nd.
Yep.
He heard us talking about birthday. It reminded him he had his birthday on the 2nd.
The 2nd, yeah.
All right, well, Roland, thank you so much for joining us on the Only in Louisiana podcast today.
It's my pleasure, Michelle. It's nice to work with you, period.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about your history in, well, we were just talking off the air.
Right.
It seems silly to say that for a podcast, about your radio history and, how you ended up having a swamp pop show on the Tiger every Saturday morning.
Well, it was a road. It was an interesting road. I started off from a small AM station in Gonzales in 1988. And for 2 years, I did mostly Cajun, and I started doing a little bit of rock and roll. I call it rock and roll because it is. And then I went to another station, a competitor, so I'm not going to say. And I was there for, until I come here, 16, 17 years. And I wanted to do the Cajun. I was hired for the Cajun stuff, but I grew up with both Cajun music. My father was a musician, and my uncles are musicians. But I also liked rock and roll. A lot of places back in the 60s, on one side it had the Cajun, and the other side of rock and roll. And I keep saying rock and roll for a specific reason. When I made a demo tape, they said, give us an idea of what you want to play. And so I put on there all the Van Broussards and all, what have you, Swamp Pop.
Mhm.
And it was South Louisiana rock and roll, and that's what I was calling it. And they said, we're not going to play country on a country station, rock and roll. So I'd heard about, and I got the book. I talked with Johnny Allen in Lafayette. He was a big artist. And he said, I didn't come up with that name. He said, but he was nicknamed it. And he said, let me send you a book. And he sent me a book, and it's called South Louisiana. And it talked about all genres of music. And this guy, John Broven from London, come down here and studied all the different genres of music. He said, I could identify Dixieland and jazz, blah, 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 all down the litany of it. He said, I found some music that is basically rock and roll. It's south of I-10 in the swampy areas of there. And all I can tell you about it is popular. Because when they start playing this with all them horns, sticks hit the floor, canes and crutches and stuff like that, everybody gets up and dances.
You must think that I'm the greatest fool for letting
I pulled the label off of that cassette and put on Swamp Pop. And I got my show. They said, we'll try it for a couple of months, see what happens. And then that's how it started. And ironically, Michelle, one of the biggest honors in my radio career, and I'm not saying this as a bragging thing, but I ended up getting into the Louisiana Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Lafayette in 1995. And who was I inducted with but John Broven.
Really?
Yes. I was just honored for that. And so that's how it come about calling it that.
So you came up with the name Swamp Pop?
It was in the book.
Yeah.
So it's not mine. And
but still, you cultivated it.
I made it. Well, I did my part to. I hate taking credit. I did my part to promote it.
Yes.
To where it was a household name, and now it's called it. But it's rock and roll. It's South Louisiana rock and roll.
South Louisiana rock and roll. Well, explain to us a little bit about the music itself. I know that you mentioned the horns, but
yes.
What
makes it that?
What makes it a Swamp Pop song?
Well, of course, you got to have a lot of brass in it. It's got to be danceable, because South Louisiana is, if it's not danceable, it's not gonna click with the people. And it's what's played at a lot of the benefits. They're all local bands. They're all local people that go to work every day and they do music at night and on the weekends. It's not their living, and so the Swamp Pop part of it. It's just that it's popular. It's from the southern part. If you go above I-10, you're not going to find many bands, if any.
Yeah.
They're all of the southern part, all across, all the way to Lake Charles. So, I mean, it's the whole southern part of the state we're saturated with it. So what makes it is 6/8 timing, that you can jitterbug to it or you can belly rub to it. And usually the lyrics, the lyrics got to depict something. I played one a little while ago, you forgot the rice. Making drumline, you forgot the rice. You go all the way over there to about cook for a benefit, you forgot the rice. And I said, I identify with that, because that happens. And so,
You forgot the rice.
yeah, that's something you don't want to do.
That is something you don't want to do.
I got a big surprise when I checked on my supplies. Somebody called my hat, I done forgot the rice.
How long have you had the Swamp Pop Roland's Rockin' Cajun show on 100.7?
I think I'm over 20 years now.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's popular.
Well, I'm blessed. And it's the artist. I'm the vehicle. Kind of like what you are with what you do on radio. We're the instruments of it. And I never want to take credit away from the artist. They just put their heart and soul into it. And I just recognize talent. And so I know which one's going to hit, which ones aren't. And just from listening to the listener, I learned that from the listener. And then I transfer that to the artist and say, you ought to do this song. And then if they listen to me, it turns out to be a good song.
So do a lot of people give you demos and stuff to play on your show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. And some gets... And I tell you, one is going to be playing at the Swamp Pop. It's perfect.
Yeah.
I'd heard Tet Durr.
Tet Durr.
All right, so he was playing down at Belle River, and he started playing this song, and I was familiar with the song. It had never been recorded, but a guy from Lafayette, Karen Crow, actually did it. Down on the Bayou, nice little jitterbug number, and it just depicts all the things that are around, I just love my Louisiana kind of thing. And I said, you ought to put that on your album. He says, I didn't write that. He said, I'm scared, for plagiarism. I said, don't you worry about that. They didn't record it. It's not recorded. I've checked. So put it on your album. And that's his best song on the album.
Yeah.
So I'm real proud of that.
Yeah.
And he's going to play it at Swamp Pop.
I love Texas and Oklahoma, Mississippi and Georgia too. There's a beautiful place, but I gotta get back to the bayou.
Well, the Swamp Pop Music Festival itself was your brainchild and something that we've been doing here for years at Guarantee. And, tell us a little bit about the Swamp Pop Music Festival.
Yeah. It started 20-something years ago, and it was for cystic fibrosis, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with a good friend of mine, Ronnie Malonzo, had a band, and he was the guy that booked all the bands. And I would MC all the shows for 22 years. And then it just kind of moved away, and I kind of got away from Swamp Pop. They started where they wanted to diversify the music. Well, just wasn't getting the crowds. And so when Guarantee said, let's try get back to it, I said, well, if I want to be involved in it, I want it all Swamp Pop. I don't want to deviate from it. And they allowed me that last year, and we had a good crowd. And hopefully we have every bit of that crowd this year too.
Yeah.
But I felt very proud of it, very, very proud. And the station jumped in and got us a dance floor. I got to give Gordy Rush some credit there.
Okay.
He got the dance floor. I said, man, this is dancers coming here. I mean, we're dancing them on concrete, rough concrete at that. And we need a dance floor. And I didn't think he was getting no 30 by 30. But I thought 15 by 15, but I'm not gonna complain.
So we're gonna have a big dance floor.
Big dance floor. It's as wide as that stage, and it's 30. It was 30 by 30 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Brittany asked this year, "Do we need to enlarge this?" No, I don't think you have, because we had plenty of room on it.
Mm-hmm.
So the nice wooden floor is just great. So you're gonna come out there and do some jitterbugger too?
I will be out there. I don't dance though.
Oh, we're gonna have to fix that.
But a big part of Swamp Pop music, like you said, is the dancing itself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right in line.
If people don't dance to it, bands don't go play.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have dancers, there's only so much lullaby music you can get by with. So you got to have the dancers to feed the crowds.
And do you teach dance?
I did for 34 years at LSU, and then COVID kind of knocked that out, and they didn't go back to leisure classes after. But I just finished a class Thursday night at Holy Rosary Catholic Church, and all the proceeds from the class went to the pantry. We have a pantry for the poor and homeless. Mm-hmm. And as a matter of fact, we're having a dance, and all the proceeds from that dance is going to go to it as well. And so, and I've invited this class to come to the Swamp Pop next week. So
awesome.
We're going to have a good time. I love working with people.
Yeah.
To see from day one to the fifth night, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's really gratifying.
I've danced with Golinda, I danced all night long.
Slow dancing, which is 4/4 timing, and it's just a slow rock and roll, 2 steps with each foot. And then the jitterbug is a 6-beat measure, 4 steps. And that's what I tell people. I say, if you break it down enough, anybody can do it. And men learn, we learn from doing. We're mechanical. That's what I want to say.
Okay.
And women are rhythmic. And so if I taught just men, everything would have to be in mechanics. Because if you showed me how to take a carburetor apart and you're the mechanic and you lay it out from left to right, my mechanical mind can put it back together right to left. And so it's the same with dancing. If I show you the steps and when to do it and where to identify the beat, you can do the mechanics. Mm-hmm. And then and they say, well, how do you get smooth? I said, through repetition. Anything that you do, like if you show me, I'm not a big computer guy, I do enough to get in trouble. You show me 5 moves to get on that screen, what I need, at first don't even talk to me. I'm hunting and pecking, okay? Mm-hmm. But if I do that all day, when you come back into the studio, I can do that and talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it transfers from mechanics to rhythmic. That's my concept of it.
Your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll. Your mama don't dance.
First and foremost, I was hired because of the Cajun part, because of my knowledge in the Cajun part, growing up with it. But I grew up also with rock and roll, so Swamp Pop just kind of was natural evolution. I love to dance. So from 5 to 7 on Saturday mornings, I do Cajun music. And then from 7 to 10, I do Swamp Pop. And a lot of the Swamp Pop guys are of Cajun descent, a lot of them. And their parents played French music, but they liked rock and roll. So, you dance pretty much the same to it. The jitterbug's the same. The beat, I tell people, the drums are played in English. So you just dance to the drum. Yeah. Don't worry about what language they're singing. So, but the French is a part of my culture, My uncles played it, my dad played it, and it's who we are. And Cajun music used to be from the traveling salesman that went up the river, and they'd come once a year. They would sing what happened in a certain area. Like there's a Cajun song that they had a phantom in around Independence. The Italians had a bad, I can't remember the illness, but it killed a lot of people. They died from it. And the people sang it all the way down the river just as a newspaper. Mm-hmm. This was back in the 1600s. And so they started recording it. And the oldest song in Cajun music is I Passed in Front of Your Door. And the guy was dating a girl, and the mom and dad didn't approve of the guy, so they wouldn't allow her to see him, and then she died. She just they think a broken heart is what they say in the song.
Yeah.
And he goes by just to see if he gets a glimpse of her, and he sees the coffin in the living room. So she passed. So I passed in front of your door. Mm-hmm. And that's the oldest Cajun song. And he said it was brought over from Europe, Nova Scotia, when he was exiled. And I love people, and I think that helped me fit with radio a lot.
You do.
I love people.
And what we say about you behind your back is that you're famous.
Nah, I don't know about that.
I guess, and you mentioned Gordy, Roland walks into a McDonald's in Gonzales, and everybody knows him. Everybody knows.
My wife says that's a curse, but I think it's a blessing. But
you always stop and talk to people.
Absolutely. Because they put you where you're at, and they can take you down from there.
Yeah.
So, and without listeners, I wouldn't. I couldn't do it for the artists. And what I'm really, really proud about, one of the other things I'm very proud about, when I started, they asked me, "Do you have enough of this swamp pop?" And they said it that way, to play and mix. And I barely did, Michelle, barely did. And now that box has 3,000 CDs in it.
Wow.
And I had something to do with them people recording.
Yeah.
Because they had an entity, and my show started other shows. And so now you got Swamp Pop shows across the state, and they're getting played. Yeah. So there's reason for them to spend the money to record.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very proud of that.
To be played on the radio, on Roland's Rockin' Cajun show.
Yes. I got contracted to do some multiple artist albums, and I called them Pure Swamp Pop Go. And at first I said, I don't want to compile an album. I just take from this 2 songs from your album, 2 songs from there, blah, 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 and make a multiple artist album. And I called them Pure Swamp Pop Go. And he said, no. He said, we're not going to compete with what they already put on. We're open to sell in 17 countries. So another very important thing for me is that the albums that I put together, 10 of them, and then a Christmas one, sold or sells in all these countries, 17 countries, and they're doing real well. Like the first one, after 4 years, they said it was 26,000 copies. And I said, well, is that good? Now, this was way back in 2003. It sold a lot more than that now. But he said, yeah, well, let me tell you, most of the time when a local artist does an album, they sell 3,000 copies, 1,500 to 3,000. They never reprint. He said, we're still reprinting yours in 2022.
That's incredible.
Yes, I'm very proud of that.
I never considered that aspect of it. How far-reaching it is just outside of the studio.
It was kind of weird. He sent me back then. It was fax. We didn't have emails and stuff. He sent me a fax from Poland, and they were saying that they couldn't get enough of this style of music.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, I'm blown away," and it just made me feel so proud that it's the artists that make it. But
yeah.
I'm that vehicle.
Yeah.
You're the vehicle, and what you're doing right here is to spread it and to encourage people to record, document it. I told one guy, he said, I'll never record because there's no point. I said, what are you going to tell your grandkids when you say you sang, but they never heard you?
Yeah.
If you record, they'll know what you sound like. And now he's got 6 CDs.
I said, you put the shamalama, baby, shamalama, lama, ding dong. Back into my smile, child. That is why you are my shooby-dooby.
But wasn't there there a time when they tried to move your signal from 100.7? What was the reaction to that?
Well, from what Gardy tells me, I don't know. I didn't weather that storm, but he said he got to where he couldn't go out in public.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they said, you better put him back. And I did not solicit that. I was, if I have a vehicle to promote my music, that's, I didn't mind. I'm a team player.
Yeah.
I'll do what it needs to be done. And I was over there 3 months, and he called me up and he said, you mind going back to 100.7? I said, no, man, you made my year. I mean, I wasn't going to complain, but I sure would,
People were not happy at all when they were no longer able to get their Saturday morning dose of Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show. It's just that popular, and it resonates with people that much.
You put the shama-lama, baby, shama-lama-lama day.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in a woman by the name of Wendy Babin now. She and I used to work together at Guarantee, and she was one of the, I guess, helpers behind the marketing of Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show, almost exclusively here. And I thought she would give us a good perspective on just how popular his show is. Wendy, thanks for joining me on the Only in Louisiana podcast today.
Thanks for having me. Good to talk to you.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show. I mean, when you sold his show, what was the kind of thing that you would hear from people and hear from advertisers about what made Roland's show resonate with people as much as it does?
It was really amazing. Roland's fans, Roland's listeners are so loyal. They have their schedule blocked out for his show on the weekend permanently. They're listening. And I think what it is Roland's sincerity about the love of the Louisiana swamp pop music. He loves his swamp pop music. He wants to keep it alive for people. And also, people sense his sincerity for his love of people. We would do the on-location remotes at different businesses, and, people would come out and want to talk to Roland, and Roland would take the time and talk to him, and then after he talked to him, he might tell me who they were, and I said, oh, you've been knowing them a long time? No, I just met him.
Yeah.
It's like he's your friend, and people think of him as a friend. They've been listening to him for a long time, or even if they're new listeners, you just get a warm feeling from Roland. He's just that kind of person.
And you're absolutely right. He really does care. Like in real life, he cares.
Right. And people sense that, and it makes them feel good. I think it's something they look forward to, is listening to his show. It's going to uplift them. They're going to enjoy the music. They're going to enjoy listening to Roland talk about, local events going on, good local food, the anniversary and birthday wishes. People want to get their loved ones' names mentioned on air, happy birthday, happy anniversary. And it's just nice. I mean, people in other countries listen.
And one of the things that I brought up with him too is, he's famous. When we do Swamp Pop, we can't give Roland an assignment because he's busy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everybody wants to talk to him. Everybody wants a few minutes with him. I don't know if you've heard the joke about Roland was on stage with another man, and the man was in a white robe. People in the audience were wondering, who's the man on stage? And someone finally said, oh, that's the Pope. He's really well known.
And you're from right where in the heart of swamp pop country too, and
oh yeah,
I'm sure that there aren't a lot of people that don't know who he is.
Right. If there's folks around here that don't know who he is, they probably just moved here from far way out of town. But it's really nice how he keeps the swamp pop music going. You know, it's really a fun, upbeat type of music, mostly. I call it uplifting. When I hear it, it's like, ooh, swamp pop, you know, and you want to keep listening. So he has a love for that music, and he wants to share it with people.
He really does. And you mentioned this. I think Gordy mentioned it too, but you know, to have birthdays and anniversaries and you know, shout outs to people on the air like that is really something that you don't see much in radio anymore. So for Roland to be keeping that kind of old school aspect of it very much alive and well is another thing that makes him and his show so unique.
I think a lot of times he has a hard time fitting them all in, you know, because so many people want, you know, to mention, you know, whatever wish it is for their loved one on air, on Roland's show. It's something special for them, you know, and it makes them feel, you know, a part of the show, too. What other show does that? I don't know of any. That's a way back in time type thing, but it's something that he continues to do because the people absolutely love it.
I imagine that, you know, you wake up on your birthday and got to call Roland, or someone's got to call Roland, get me my shout out.
That's right. And I think, you know, even when new people, you know, tune in, you know, they have such a good, warm, fun experience listening, then they want to listen again. You know, and I think that's what creates the loyalty of his listeners. You know, they want to hear the happy anniversaries and happy birthdays for other people. They say, well, I got to do that, you know, when one comes up for someone in my family or friends, you know.
100.7 The Tiger? Yeah. Well, Crowd of Me is coming up by Mark Broussard.
Yeah.
And you said you have to do the dedication for
I
it.
do. I had Miss Elaine Oob wanted to hear that song. And also, I had a call from Mr. Thomas Boudreau, and he and his wife will be celebrating. His birthday is tomorrow, but he and his wife, Nika, are having an anniversary tomorrow also. And then Mr. Joe called, and he said that he remembers when a nickel was a nickel.
Yeah.
And he said he listens every Saturday, he enjoys the music.
And when you sold advertising for his show, I mean, he was always sold out. I think and he remains so.
Yeah, he had some folks kind of waiting to get on his show, you know, because you have so many time slots, you know, for advertisers. And I think there were, you know, always a few waiting in the wings to be able to get on, you know. We tried to accommodate him as much as possible, but you know, his show was so popular, we worked him in when we could, you know.
One of the things he told me off mic was that, you know, some people might say, oh, you've got too many advertisements on your show. And he says, this is how I pay to be on this great radio station, you know?
That's right. That's exactly right. He appreciated his advertising supporters, you know, because he knew that they were, you know, allowing him to continue his show, you know, because you need that support from the advertisers. And I think that, you know, the people understood it, and they listened in to the advertisers and tried to support them with their businesses.
Yeah, and Roland, a big part of, you know, a successful radio ad campaign is to take care of your clients, and Roland has no problem with that.
No problem. They knew that he was going to do his best, you know, to try to get his listeners to support their business. You know, he promoted his advertisers very well.
Well, Wendy, tell us a little bit. This is an Only in Louisiana podcast, after all, and I am a huge fan of the products you and your husband Jimmy sell in creative Cajun cooking and catering too. Tell us a little bit about what creative Cajun cooking is.
Like you said, my husband Jimmy has created some fabulous tasting products, and we're most known for our gator pickles and magic swamp dust seasonings, even though we have a total of 24 products now. To get more information, we have our website, creativecajuncooking.com, but I'd like to tell you about our newest item. We have our gator pickles quail eggs. And like I tell the stores that I try to sell them to, this is a Cajun delicacy. And they really become our top sellers in a lot of stores and areas.
A gator pickled quail egg?
Yes. We have our Gator Pickles line of pickled products. I had many store owners and managers ask me if we were going to come out with pickled quail eggs. And I said, well, we hadn't really thought about it that much, but I went home and talked to Jimmy about it. I said, a lot of these stores, pickled quail eggs sell great. And the vendors tended to come and go. You know, it's a hard business to be in. There's not that many quail farms around anymore. So I talked to Jimmy, and we came out with pickled quail eggs. You can check it all out on our website, creativecajunCooking.com.
Well, I think in the spirit of a good Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show podcast episode, we had to get a good plug in and support another Louisiana business. So I'm glad.
We sure appreciate
Well,
that.
Wendy, thanks again for joining us and, you know, kind of shedding a little bit of light from and giving us a different perspective on, you know, on this man, his music, and how genuine he is and why he's so popular here in Louisiana.
Well, thanks for thinking of me to talk about Roland, and I was very glad to do it.
If you leave me, this is what I'll do.
Well, I'm very blessed that I was in the right place at the right time, and people recognized it, the popularity of it, and called me on my show on a Sunday night and offered me the job here, because it blossomed once I got here. Mm-hmm. Prime time is Saturday morning.
Yeah.
They're making their decision where they're going tonight, you know. And when I did on Sunday nights, they'd have to wait until next Saturday to go do that, and they'd forget, or just other things come up. But so I think that the show just blossomed once I got here. This reaches more of the people, you know.
And you have a lot of sponsors.
Yeah. Now, COVID knocked them down a little bit, but hopefully they'll come back.
Yeah. So. Well, is there anything else, Roland, that you would like to add on Swamp Pop itself, or, you know?
No, I'd support your artist, support your station that plays it, no matter where it is. Because if we don't have the support and we don't have the sponsorship, we don't have the airtime. If I don't have commercials to do, and I felt people tell me, man, you got a lot of commercials. I said, if I didn't have commercials, I wouldn't have a show. Mm-hmm. They're paying for me to play what you want to hear. Mm-hmm. So support the people that are sponsoring your favorite show, whatever that is, and let people know. So it'll keep rolling.
Well, Roland, thank you again for sharing your story. It was fascinating, and, you know, we'll see you at Swamp Pop at Lamar Dixon on Saturday.
Look forward to it. We're going to work on that dancing thing you're talking about. 100.7 The Tiger. Madame Cheryl Comier. She could flat pull that accordion.
That's
true. She learned to play that. Her daddy didn't want her to play because, you know, you're a girl. So she said when he go out to the field, she'd go up underneath his bed and get the feed sack out with the accordion. She taught herself.
This is Roland's Rockin' Cajun Show on 100.7 The Tiger.
Thank you so much for tuning in to today's episode of the Only in Louisiana podcast. Proud to be broadcasting from Drop Biscuit Studios. You can catch up and please subscribe at dropbiscuit.com.
Because only in Louisiana.
Nash Falls is the relentless new thriller from #1 New York Times best-selling author David Baldacci. When mild-mannered business analyst Walter Nash is recruited by the FBI to help bring down a global crime network, his life is turned completely upside down. Publishers Weekly says, in Baldacci's long list of heroes, Walter Nash is among the most memorable. Experience the full-cast audio production of Nash Falls, led by McLeod Andrews. Available from Hachette Audio wherever audiobooks are sold. Also available in hardcover and ebook.
All right, guys, hello. I'm back. It's almost 1:30 a.m. and the stream is almost 4 hours. Yeah. So if you're wondering what that was, been playing this Louisiana podcast, which I enjoyed listening to those. How many episodes did I play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, wow. Uh-oh. There we go. So I played about 7 episodes in over, what, 3 hours? Yeah, I played the ones that I found interesting. It's from a couple of years ago on Sirius XM. That's what I have. I mainly listen to sports podcasts, so yeah. So I'll do some commentary for the rest of the stream, which means I'm gonna end it pretty soon. Yeah, here I am in North Louisiana. I was in between Shreveport and Monroe. I have been up here before. That's where my brothers, 2 of my brothers live in North Louisiana. So I'll have to show them this. They usually come visit me for Christmas, so that's coming up pretty soon. So yeah, I'm on my way to Monroe to check out that photo trophy. So this is in northeast Louisiana. Yeah, I took a lot of screenshots of the state of Louisiana, because remember, that's the state that I live in. See, that's why I got my Louisiana paint job trailer. Okay, I have to go here. Okay, I believe. Yeah, I think I've been on this in real life. This is part of Interstate 20. Oh, look, Cisco. That goes to Texas. I can't believe we have a lot of people watching. For a while, we had more than 10 people watching. Uh-oh, that was close. Which is unusual for me, getting that many viewers. And it's about to be 1:30 a.m., so if all of y'all live in North America, thank y'all very much for staying up late, enjoying me trucking. Oh wait, is this what I need to take a picture of? That church? Yeah, the Monroe Church. Okay. Yeah, the photo mode is really cool. Take a picture of this. The church is over there. Alright, cool. That's very nice. Let's get a closer look at it. That's very Very big church right there. Cool. Good thing you can like zoom in, so let's see. Oh, there's the cross. It's way up there. There we go. Oh wait, now gotta go to the map. Now I'm gonna go to Shreveport. This looks like downtown Shreveport. So I'll do that. Alright. Let me see something here real quick. I'm probably going to end my journey in Shreveport, northwest Louisiana. So, how about we play the American Truck Simulator soundtracks once again, because that never gets old. There we go. You know what? I'll mute my mic, and then I'll come back after all these soundtracks are played, which will be about 20 minutes. Oh, hey guys, my apologies. I really thought my mic was unmuted, but it turns out it was still muted the entire time. Sorry about that. Yeah, I did that talking for nothing, but I really thought my mic was unmuted, but it turns out it wasn't, so. Yeah. So, that's it for tonight. I'll be back sometime next week when they'll bring back the Christmas Reflections event. I assume they'll bring that back again. They usually bring that back during the second half of December, which will be next week. So I'll do that again, as well as starting on the Louisiana cruising event. So yeah, I'll do both events together, just like I did with Texas a couple years ago in 2022. Yeah. Yeah, I took a lot of screenshots so I can show my friends and my brothers during the holidays. So yeah, good thing that's coming up, right? Yeah, so I'll explore more of Louisiana once I start the cruising event sometime next week. So yeah, this was a great stream. I enjoyed listening to that Louisiana podcast. So yeah, that made the stream more entertaining, and it's crazy that at one point we had like 15 people watching. Like, that's very unusual for me. The only time I get that many people to tune in to a stream is during my NORAD Track Santa and Google Santa Tracker live streams, because those are always the most viewed streams of the year. And yes, that is coming up. I will do that again this year. But this might be the most viewers I ever got in a American Truck Simulator live stream. So that is awesome. Thank y'all very much. 8 likes too. I normally don't get that many likes as well. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed the live stream of me exploring more of Louisiana. And I will explore more once I begin the Louisiana cruising event. And yeah, hopefully my voice will get better by then. I'm glad my throat has kind of cleared up. It doesn't feel bad, so that's good. But my voice sounds like part of it is gone. So yeah, other than that, I'm okay. So thank y'all very much once again. See you guys soon. There will be more live streams of American Truck Simulator. And trying to think if there's anything else I want to say before I head on out of here. Yeah, like I said, I'll be back soon. Yeah, this was great. So yeah, folks, thank y'all very much once again. This might have been one of the best streams ever on this channel. Yeah, my apologies for the coughs. That's the main reason why I didn't really want to talk much, because of my voice And that's why I decided to play those Louisiana podcast episodes from a couple years ago. There's a few more that I would like to play in the future. I'll play some more radio. I'll also play Road Dog Trucking Radio on Sirius XM, especially when the holidays are coming up. You get to hear truck drivers talk about what it's like doing the job during the holiday season, so that's really cool. And I would like to play some more NORAD Track Santa songs because it is the 70th anniversary. Alright. And I would also like to play some Super Mario winter music, like the snowy theme levels and stuff like that. Yeah, because that'll fit in the holiday season. So yeah. This probably means I might not have face cam, because normally if I have face cam, that usually means I do my talking. But if it's not going to be much talking, then I usually don't have face cam. So yeah. I really enjoyed exploring Louisiana. It was really cool to see that it really looks like in real life, because remember, this is the state that I live in. I've been to some of these cities in real life, and yeah, it's so cool. So yeah, folks, cruising events will be sometime next week. I'll try. I can't guarantee this, but I'll try to complete the Christmas event before Christmas Eve. It won't be easy because, like I said, they don't bring that back until the second half of December. It's just like the Halloween event. They don't bring that back until the second half of October instead of the beginning of the month, but that's okay. If not before Christmas, then hopefully before New Year's. Man, Christmas is now in 2 weeks, guys. Exactly in 2 weeks. Can you believe that? New Year's is in 3 weeks. Unbelievable. But yeah, I also have some driving videos. I made a playlist of all my driving videos, which isn't much. Not that many driving videos, because I don't have an actual dash cam, but that would be cool if I get one and, explore part of Louisiana in real life like I just did in American Truck Simulator. That would be really cool. If I do that, it'll obviously be sometime next year. But yeah, remember, I had to wait like a little over a year for this DLC to come out. It's kind of crazy how fast a year just goes by. Alright, folks. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Time to sleep like a trucker. See you guys real soon. Peace out.